almost. Ali. أبسط. ده ديك برومو شحال فيه؟ صافي يطلق البرومو من إشعار واش مطلب.
That's fine.
But the online thing is already.
خدمة لقيم التنوير والحداثة والجمال.
Being retired now from work, which I enjoy a lot, I must say, I hope that all the young colleagues here and there
وزارت مع الدورة الثالثة عشرة من مهرجان الفنون البشرية تجسيدا لمثابة اعتراف لنركز من خلاله نصوصا مسرحية وآلية.
Du passé, faisons table rase. Le faux. كيف جليت كابيا يولي الصوت تحسن لي جرعة خاصة.
Mais c'est quoi ce truc de blanc des yeux? Pardon, ce blanc des yeux. Je vais toucher, tout est trop ta bouche, tes yeux, tes narines.
نسمع معكم شويه تجارب من داخل المطبخ داخل الدفاع.
So, good morning, welcome again, and this is the third day of Performing Change Year 2021, and we are discussing the theaters of the South and also the politics of national theater. We're very happy to host Steve Billmer, this third keynote speech this morning. Steve Billmer is Professor Emeritus of Drama at Trinity College, Dublin, and was recently a research fellow at the Research Center Interweaving Performance Cultures at the Free Universität of Berlin, formerly head of the School of Drama, Film and Music at Trinity College, Dublin, and he has been a visiting professor at Stanford University and the University of California at Berkeley. He has written and edited 20 books, and recently co-edited a special topic on theater and statelessness in Europe that we had the pleasure to sign in this conference, I think 2 years ago. For Critical Stages, also in 2016, his latest books are Performing Statelessness in Europe, Palgrave Macmillan 2018, and Deleuze, Guattari, and the Art of Multiplicity, in 2020. He is currently co-editing the Palgrave Handbook on Theatre and Migration for Palgrave Macmillan and Life in the Post-Human Condition for Edinburgh University Press. So I'm delighted to introduce Steve Billmer, who will be speaking today about national theaters in a changing world, and definitely he will be also addressing the issue of the changing function and the rationale for national theaters in an era of transnational political and cultural development. Without much ado, please join me to welcome Professor Steve Billmer.
Thank you very much, Professor Khalid Amin. I'm very glad to be here, and I'm very happy that you have managed to organize this conference in very difficult times. Barakallahu feek. In this paper, I will discuss the changing function and rationale for national theaters in an era of transnational political and cultural developments. The national theater that were created in the late 18th to early 20th centuries in Europe played an important role in developing a sense of national identity and national character. There were two general types of national theater that were developed during the early period. I don't know how this moves on though. It doesn't seem to move on. The first type of national theatre was established by stable autocratic governments such as the Comédie Française in Paris. Which was founded by Louis XIV in 1680 to stage French plays, principally by Racine, Corneille, and Molière. It received a subsidy from the state to perform both for the court and for the public. Later, the Burgtheater was founded in Vienna by Empress Maria Theresa in 1741 to stage operas in foreign languages. The Royal Theatre in Copenhagen was built on the Danish king's land in 1748. And the Royal Dramatic Theatre in Stockholm, called the Dramaten, followed in 1788. Originally, some of these royal theatres, such as the Burgtheater, used foreign languages, particularly for opera, but they evolved into national theatres using the vernacular language for drama performances. The second type of national theatre arose in association with nationalist movements in emerging states under foreign rule. Following the French and American revolutions, nationalist movements developed in many parts of Europe, fomenting demands for self-determination and disseminating ideas about democracy, citizenship, and national distinctiveness. They encouraged the use of theatre for forging notions about national character and national identity. Many national theatres were established with a nationalist remit, and they participated in the construction of national identities and in legitimating the aspirations of nationalist movements, such as the National Theatre in Budapest, the National Theatre in Bergen, or it's actually was called the Norwegian Theatre in Bergen, the National Theatre in Prague, the National Theatre in Helsinki, and the Abbey Theatre in Dublin, which is where I'm from. Drama in the vernacular language in these emerging European states was one of the principal and most visible forms of the cultural nationalist movement of recovery and mythification. Cultural nationalists investigated and exploited folklore, myths, legends, and local history, and also romanticized the lives of the rural folk. Medieval epics such as the Nibelungenlied, the Nordic sagas, the Kalevala, and other legends were suddenly regarded as important and used as raw material for creating new works of art. From the late 18th century, folklore and ethnography, as well as philology, became important reservoirs for notions of national culture. Many of the notions of national identity that persist in European countries today owe their origins to 19th century myth-making by cultural nationalists who were influenced by the values and ideals of Johann von Herder and German nationalism and romanticism that stressed the spirit of the nation and the importance of the national language. Although the social circumstances in the various countries differed from one another, the process was similar and tended to formulate national character and culture as essentialist features, which were deemed to have arisen organically in the development of the nation. In addition to these types of monarchist and nationalist theaters, there were national theaters which fell outside these patterns, such as in Germany, where the National Theatre in Hamburg, which was established in 1767, provided an interesting but short-lived experiment of a citizens' theatre, but where later attempts at national theaters in German-speaking lands evolved more into court theaters. In Poland, the National Theatre followed both of these two patterns. Since it was created in 1765 under the Polish monarchy, but after Poland was carved up by Russia, Prussia, and Austria, the Polish National Theatre took on the role of a national theatre within a suppressed but emerging nation, in which the use of the term national theatre was prohibited until independence in around 1920. However, some major countries in Europe, such as the Netherlands and Switzerland, never created national theatres, and others, such as Britain, Spain, and Italy, took many more years to establish them. Meanwhile, countries throughout the world, and especially in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, created national theatres in the 20th century, such as Thailand, Turkey, Egypt, Korea, Senegal, Kenya, Japan, Morocco, Nigeria, Qatar, the UAE, and Ghana, often in connection with their own independence as nation states, such as the National Theatre in Rabat. And this process of creating national theatres has continued into the 21st century, with new national theatres erected in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, as well as in Catalonia and Hungary. Despite much criticism of its function, one could say that creating a national theatre is seen as a national cultural imperative, somewhat like creating a national concert hall or a national art gallery. Thus, a way of demonstrating the cultural legitimacy of the nation. And many of the newer national theatres, such as the new National Theatre in Barcelona and Budapest, bear a surprising resemblance to the 19th century architectural model. According to Marvin Carlson, quote, just as the monarchs of the mid-18th century built the prototypes of subsequent national theatres in imitation of the Comédie Française, seeking to echo the presumed cultural superiority of France, so 20th century leaders of countries around the world seeking to emulate European culture often included as a prominent element of these plans the establishment of a national theatre, unquote. Nevertheless, the national theatres in some parts of the world tend not to be used as frequently as in Europe for dramatic purposes. And in some cases, they are hardly used at all. The common image of a national theatre, particularly in Europe, is that of an imposing 19th century building in the capital city of the country that presents plays on a proscenium arch stage in the national language, often featuring themes relating to its national history, mythology, and rural life, and tending to present an essentialist image of a homogeneous national culture. National theatres were often created to specifically respond to the language question in the nation. For example, the Hungarian National Theatre was established in 1840, partly to perfect the Magyar language instead of German, shortly after Magyar had become the official language in the country. Likewise, the National Theatre in Prague was created as a stage for the Czech language to contest the dominance of German culture. In Bergen, the national stage asserted the importance of Norwegian as opposed to Swedish or Danish. And the Helsinki National Theatre was expected to use Finnish instead of the language of the elite, who had spoken Swedish. While in most countries, the majority vernacular language was used in national theatres, in some countries, the language chosen for the national theatre was not the language of everyday speech. For example, in Israel, the Habima Theatre employed the biblical language of Hebrew rather than the more commonly spoken Yiddish. Likewise, the Cairo National Theatre initially used Fusha, or classical Arabic, rather than colloquial Arabic, though this is now changed. Thus, there are many configurations of national theaters, and each one possesses individual features, so that no national theater is identical to another. Most national theaters in Europe perform not just plays by national authors, but also produce plays from the classical repertory, including Greek tragedy and Shakespeare, as well as contemporary and earlier plays from abroad. Moreover, in some countries, there is more than one national theater. For example, Greece has 2, and Slovenia has at least 3. In the 1960s, there was an increased emphasis on cultural provision in the regions, as well as in the capital of the country. And so some countries, such as France, built regional national theaters. In Sweden and Norway, national touring companies were created to tour throughout the whole country, rather than remain in the capital city in one building. And more recently in Scotland, the National Theatre was created without a home, so that any theatre venue in Scotland could mount a national theatre production, including even on a boat. One of the most interesting questions for us is what the role of a national theatre should be today. To many people, a national theatre seems like a 19th century concept that's outdated and serves as a museum for out-of-date nationalistic drama. Theatre artists from competing organizations, of course, complain that national theatres tend to receive the lion's share of state subsidy, regardless of how good their work is. Others complain that national theatres cater for elitist, bourgeois, and conservative audiences rather than offering more diverse entertainment for the whole population. People in the countryside complain that it's unfair that they have to travel to the capital city to see a play by the National Theatre, rather than it being shown everywhere in the country. People from minorities complain that only the dominant culture and language is normally presented, ignoring the other cultures and languages existing in the country that are not represented on the stage. In the following remarks, I want to suggest some responses to these complaints as regards national theatres in Europe. With regard to national theatres being museums of earlier plays, of course, national theatres can serve an important function in introducing the next generation to the national drama and provide high standard productions of these classics so that new audiences can appreciate these plays in the best circumstances. By comparison, for example, with less appealing performances by amateur companies. Moreover, rather than necessarily being outdated, national theatres have the resources to commission new writers and theatre artists, introduce modern styles of production, use the latest machinery and technical devices, and blend the latest forms of music, video, movement, sound design, and scenography. In certain cases, national theatres rely on conventional proscenium arch stages, but normally they have more than one space available and can offer a variety of staging possibilities, whether proscenium arch, thrust, or traverse staging, or theatre in the round, whether fourth wall, or interactive or immersive, whether in theatre buildings or at site-specific venues, or in the open air, or as online performances, especially during the current COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, national theatres can address current social and political concerns by commissioning new work that reflects on contemporary social issues and changes in society that can challenge the status quo. For example, in 1995, the Abbey Theatre in Dublin presented a play by Donal O'Kelly called Asylum, Asylum, about a refugee from Uganda who sought asylum in Ireland, but was forcefully deported. The issue of asylum had hardly surfaced as a political issue in Ireland at the time, but Donald O'Kelly used the platform of the national stage to attack the government's intolerant approach to asylum seekers and named their policies as racist. The foyer of the theater was used as an extension of the performance by distributing propaganda material against government policies. A similar example of using the National Theatre to oppose government policies on refugees occurred in Helsinki a few years ago. There was a demonstration for several months in front of the National Theatre on a main city square next to the railway station in Helsinki. Afghan refugees were protesting against the government's decision to deport them because the Finnish government had decided that Afghanistan was a safe country, and therefore Afghans should not require asylum in Finland. While this demonstration was continuing for several months with their tents on the city square, right in front of the National Theatre, a counter demonstration against immigration took place on the same square, only a few meters away from the Afghani protests. It was coordinated, this other protest was coordinated by the right-wing True Finns political party, who had recently become part of a coalition government. And it also lasted for several weeks. At the same time as these two demonstrations were taking place, the Finnish National Theatre was rehearsing a new play called Second Home, with asylum seekers and professional actors. The play recounted on stage the personal experiences of Iraqi and Afghani asylum seekers, some of whom had received permission to stay, and others who were still waiting to hear about their applications or had been turned down and were fighting against deportation. This was a very moving production, and of course, very relevant to the social and political issues of the day in Helsinki, linking directly with protests right outside the building. Regarding the popular complaint about the size of the state subsidy for the National Theatre, one rationale is, of course, that the National Theatre can become a flagship for the nation in several ways. First, because of its huge state subsidy, it can afford to hire the best actors, designers, directors, etc., and possesses the resources to put on the best productions. Some of the national theaters have enormous budgets, like, for example, the Burgtheater in Vienna, I think, might have the biggest of about 50 million euros a year. And some of the national theaters are enormous in terms of their size of personnel. For example, the Belgrade National Theatre in Serbia has about 800 employees. So national theaters being such huge buildings and with such colossal subsidies can be used as a template against which other theaters in the country and theater artists can measure themselves and perhaps learn something useful in terms of skills and creativity. Second, the National Theatre can be sent abroad as a national product to demonstrate something about the national culture. Third, rather than simply performing its own productions, the National Theatre can provide a venue to host other theaters, both from inside the country or within the country, and perhaps develop co-productions with them. For example, as we saw with the Chatara Theatre the other day. So as I understand it, Chatara, the production was developed at the National Theatre in Rabat and was also using different languages. So it can enhance the quality of productions by regional companies and provide an opportunity for those in the capital to see the work of such regional companies. Fourth, the National Theatre can use some of its subsidy to tour around the country or to convert its shows for film, TV, or the internet to allow it to address a larger and more diverse audience. For example, there's a lovely film on the internet about the National Theatre of Greenland, showing how they made an outdoor performance with the help of artists from several Nordic countries. The performance, which represents aspects of Inuit mythology, as well as current social concerns, could be seen only by a few hundred people in Greenland. But because it was put on the internet, it could be viewed by millions. Of course, the level of subsidy for national theaters is not constant, and budgetary fluctuations have caused many problems. For example, after the end of communism, some national theaters in Central and Eastern Europe struggled to provide the resources formerly afforded to national theaters. In some cases, this meant a large reduction in income and the need for a more commercial approach, or to find a way to reduce the overheads, such as decreasing the size of the ensemble of actors. For example, after independence in Lithuania and the introduction of a capitalist economy, the director of the National Theatre in Vilnius decided that he could not afford to pay the wages of the ensemble of actors. And so he tried to get rid of the acting company. The actors, however, challenged these plans successfully in the courts. And so the theater building became a commercial enterprise in order to pay its way, leasing its space for commercial purposes, in addition to staging theater performances, so that it could afford to pay its actors. Regarding the complaint that national theaters attract a local bourgeois elitist audience, national theaters normally have sufficient subsidies to reduce prices for specific shows or matinees, and offer special schemes for students, old age pensioners, the unemployed, and less well-off people. However, sometimes the buildings and the atmosphere inside them are forbidding for those not used to theater venues. And so it's important for them to find ways to bring in diverse audiences by a variety of means, such as special performances appealing to young people, creating productions addressing topical issues, or social problems, developing outreach programs for specific sectors of the population, or addressing concerns of different parts of the diverse people in the country. A related issue concerns the openness of the National Theatre to diversity and divergent opinion. Frequently, national theatres have been accused of patriarchy, misogyny, sexism, homophobia, or racism because of a limited repertoire that doesn't speak to current cultural issues or ignores significant parts of the population. In Dublin, a movement called Waking the Feminists provided a response to the Abbey Theatre's male-dominated program for their 2016 season. And in this picture, you can see a lot of my former students who are helping to organize this protest outside the Abbey Theatre. So they're calling on the theatre to recognize the work of more women, such as directors, designers, playwrights, and actors. Another national theatre which has been challenged for exclusionary policies is the Hungarian National Theatre. Apparently, a meeting of the Goethe Institute during the Maitem Festival at the Budapest National Theatre in 2015 reprimanded the director of the festival for conservative programming and for his close association with the Fidesz government in Hungary. When I visited the Budapest National Theatre for the Maitem Festival 3 years later in 2018, I was pleasantly surprised to see several Arabic productions included in the festival, despite the Hungarian government's hostile attitude towards Muslims. It seems that the director had taken on board some of the criticism from the Goethe Institute meeting. For the first time in the festival, there was a series of productions that related to the Middle East conflict and called attention to the needs of refugees that Viktor Orban's government had been denying. Thus, it was reassuring to see the work of Al Charour's company from Lebanon, as well as Makhalad Rassam's work with the Tonelhuis of Antwerp, amongst other performances. But at the same time, it was disappointing that the National Theatre itself was performing a play called Ban Ban, which is one of the most traditional and nationalistic Hungarian plays, as their offering for the festival. In the past, language has been an impediment for people speaking other than the national language. But now, with surtitles, it's possible to present shows that diverse audiences can understand. Surtitles are also useful when national theatres host performances from abroad in different languages. For example, the National Theatre in Strasbourg, which is on the French-German border, hosts plays in different languages such as French, German, and Italian. Some national theatres perform plays using more than one language in the same performance, such as we saw the other night in the Chitara production. The Maxim Gorky Theatre in Berlin is an interesting example of this as well. There's no national theatre in Germany today, but the state highly subsidizes the Maxim Gorky Theatre as one of the most prestigious theatres in Berlin. Up until 8 years ago, the Gorky maintained an ensemble of white German actors. But in 2013, it appointed Sherman Langhoff, a Turkish immigrant, as the director. She has totally transformed the theater ensemble into an ethnically and linguistically diverse group of actors that perform plays in multiple languages, such as English, Turkish, Arabic, Hebrew, Bosnian, Russian, and of course, German. Since Berlin is an international city with almost a third of the population being non-native German speakers, it makes sense for the theater to try to attract a multicultural audience. On their website, they say the Gorky is for the whole city, and that includes everyone who has arrived in the city in the last few decades, whether in search of asylum, whether in exile, whether they be immigrants or simply people who grew up in Berlin. What's perhaps more important is that since Langhoff took over, despite the unusual casting and linguistic diversity that her diverse ensemble enables, the theater has often been selected as the best German theater. And its productions have frequently won awards and been invited to the prestigious Theater Treffen. In 2017, the Gorky Theatre took their program of diversity even further by creating an exile ensemble consisting of 7 actors from the Middle East, including 3 actors from Syria. These are perhaps initially for 2 years, then extended to 3 years. So giving these actors some kind of permanence in the theater. I attended a recent production by this ensemble of a play which is part of the classic German, modern classic German repertory, Hamlet Machine by Heine Müller. And sitting next to me was a young man. So I asked him whether he had been attracted to the production because of it being done by an exile ensemble. And he said that he didn't know anything about the exile ensemble, but had come to the show simply because his friends had told him that the theater was doing interesting work. You might question whether it's appropriate for National Theatre to use more than one language in the theater. For example, the Finnish National Theatre takes pride in producing works only in Finnish and never in Swedish. There's a separate Swedish theater in Helsinki. So it was very surprising for me to hear in the National Theatre in Helsinki Arabic being spoken in their production about refugees. In Dublin, where I live, the Abbey Theatre, which is the National Theatre of Ireland, was originally established to produce plays in Irish and in English. And it trained their ensemble of actors to improve their spoken Irish. And the actors were sent to the west of Ireland, where more Irish is spoken, so they could improve. However, they got rid of the ensemble company and they got rid of their policy of producing plays in Irish, because the audience for those plays was quite poor, and very few very good Irish plays have been written in the Irish language. And the population of Ireland has been changing recently, and there are now more people who speak Polish or Mandarin in Ireland than Irish. And the society has been changing in other ways as well. Up until 1990, abortion, divorce, and contraception were all illegal. And the male-dominated Catholic Church held sway over the population. Since then, priests have become virtually invisible for fear of personal attack. Various scandals, such as the sexual abuse of children and the incarceration in mother and baby homes of unmarried pregnant women whose babies were taken away from them and sold for adoption, have taken an enormous toll on the credibility of the church. New laws now allow for contraception, divorce, abortion, and even same-sex marriage. The country has elected recently 2 women as presidents, Mary Robinson in the 1990s, followed by Mary McAleese, who challenges the authority of the church at every opportunity. Even the universities in Ireland are changing their policies regarding the advancement of women. And just in the past year, 4 women have been elected as heads of their universities, including at my own university, Trinity College Dublin, which was founded by a woman in 1592, Elizabeth I, and now has its first woman as its head in its 430-year history. Thus, it's perhaps significant that the most recent play I saw in the Abbey Theatre last month, I Girl, was written by a woman, directed by another woman, acted by another woman, and set, costume, and lighting designed by 3 other women. Marina Carr's play, I Girl, presents a kind of potted history of women throughout the centuries, all acted by one female actor, Furja, who you can see in the picture here. Starting from Neolithic times and Greek mythology, Furja plays a variety of women, including Demeter and her daughter Persephone, Jocasta and Antigone, as well as other archetypal figures like Joan of Arc. And the play ends with what seems like a personal portrait of the artist herself, questioning her role in her family and in her community. I Girl is a far cry from the typical Irish play about Irish men and their concerns that featured for so many years in the Irish canon of the National Irish Theatre, indicating how a national theatre can accept change, broaden the notion of the nation, address those who have been excluded or marginalized, and create new visions of society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. It was such an inspiring, presentation on the national theaters and particularly the politics of what's going on here and there. I was quite happy to hear also you speaking about Morocco and Tunisia, Egypt, and also Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia just initiated, the National Theatre, which is part of the Commission of Performing Arts, Theatre and Performing Arts. And I think, that they will definitely embark on very large projects in the future. National theaters, yeah, it's true, it's a 19th century concept. As you already mentioned, some of the readings are seeing it like that. Maybe my first question relates to that. With the lockdown, with the corona, do you think that maybe we are returning back to the sovereignty of the state? And, somehow, maybe it's a return to national theaters.
That's an interesting question. I think the effect of the COVID-19 on theater has been quite devastating, not just for theater artists, but also for musicians, that so many have been unemployed. And theaters have been trying to find some role during COVID-19 to still be able to perform. So in some cases, they do online performances. And of course, because it's the governments of those countries that are controlling what you can do and what you can't do, then that means that the government is also having an effect on what can be shown and what cannot be shown and under what conditions. So the national theaters, I think, have been having a real struggle to see if they can perform and perform in ways that can be acceptable to the government. Very often these productions are either online or can only be with a couple of actors. For example, sometimes the actors themselves want to make sure that there's some social distancing even in their performances, which of course makes it difficult. And that of course affects the musicians as well. So yes, the governments, because they are making the policies on COVID, are having a greater control of theater and the artistry that's going on at the moment.
Yeah, Steve, you mentioned also the Maxim Gorky's example in Berlin, and particularly starting from 2017 with the Shermin, and of course moving from Nonnenstrasse to the Maxim, as if bringing all these dynamics from a marginalized theater into a theater that is still marginalized, even if it exists at the heart of Berlin. The Exile Ensemble, it's the best example of a kind of decolonial option, bringing the others who are not seen, who are not visible, into the stage. And I see that this is an amazing step forward, to reconcile at least with otherness from within, the theater sphere. But still, when you see, the budget given to the Maxim Gorky and compare it with the opera next door, for example, without speaking about the theater or the Berlin Ensemble, etc., then you ask serious questions about what the hell is going on.
Yeah, I think you could say that the Gorky Theater has a small budget compared to the opera, but at the same time, it has an enormous budget compared to some other enterprises. For example, the Abbey Theatre in Dublin would have a smaller budget than the Gorky Theatre in Berlin. And so,
but we are comparing the budget within the theater sphere in Berlin, with other theaters in Berlin.
Yeah, well, that's
true. Of course,
true.
when you compare it with Morocco, for example, it's a huge number.
Yeah, yes, of course. So the Gorky Theatre is, you might say it's struggling compared to the Deutsches Theater or for the National Opera, but at the same time, it is doing very well. It's got an ensemble of a number of actors, and it has quite significant resources. So yes, obviously the German public or the German government is supporting opera to a much greater extent. And of course, there are certain costs involved in certain kinds of productions. If you're doing opera, you need to pay not only the people on stage, but also the musicians and the chorus, and the lead singers. So it's a very expensive form of entertainment. Whereas if you just have an ensemble company of actors, then the overheads are less. But anyway, I would still say that the Gorky Theatre is able to do an enormous amount of work with the resources that they have in terms of having quite a substantial ensemble. They, of course, get money from different kinds of foundations to be able to subsidize different kinds of work, like the Exile Ensemble is not just funded by the theater, but also funded by outside foundations. And they have been doing quite substantial pieces of work in addition to what so they have the Exile Ensemble, but they also have their own ensemble in addition to that. And there is some movement between one and the other. So you can see productions, for example, which have some of the cast, like the Syrian actors in the Exile Ensemble performing in the other plays which are staged, like, for example, a play called The Situation, which was about people from the Middle East who were living in Berlin, and the situation of having suddenly Israelis and Syrians and Palestinians living next to each other in Berlin and performing in the same production.
And maybe the last question, I mean, my last question, maybe it can relate to this, the idea that, you know, national theaters most of the time are centralized in capitals. Mm. And of course, you mentioned that people sometimes they are kind of, you know, hesitant to move to the capital to watch a performance because it's time consuming, money consuming, and everything. What do you think about, you know, the French model, for example, of having regional theaters, regional national theaters?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. And as I say, there are different models for this. The regional national theaters in France is one model. Another model is what they have created in Scotland, which is to have no theater, which is the national theater as a venue, but every theater as the potential national theatre for the National Theatre of Scotland. So in other words, they created this idea of a national theatre without a home, and then each theatre within the country.
But with an ensemble, right?
No, there's no ensemble. There's no ensemble that's traveling around. These are just theatres themselves who decide they want to do a national theatre production. They apply to the National Theatre Administration and say, we want to do a national theatre production. And then the National Theatre Administration decides whether, yes, that's good enough or interesting enough. And so then they can get the right to call it a national theatre production. That's different from the model in Sweden, where they have a national theatre touring company. Again, it doesn't have a home. It's an ensemble of actors who travel around the country and perform a national theatre play. So that's another model, which I think is a very interesting way of solving the problem of how a national theatre can be seen in different parts of the country. The contrary is where regional theatres can come to the National Theatre and perform for the capital, which would normally be in some other part of the country. So, for example, there can be like a co-production between one regional theatre and the National Theatre coming to the capital and also doing the same play in their home or in other parts of the country, touring around.
Right. And yeah, you mentioned Brinda, not Brinda, but the first performance, Shatara, which is a co-production between the National Theatre of Morocco and a private company, you know, from Al Husima, from the north of Morocco. which means that, you know, in our country, for example, the National Theatre has also the potential to co-produce and also to send productions to festivals like Tangier, like Layun, like, you know, which means very simply that he is working all over the territory of Morocco, but he had, with no ensemble, no company.
And I think it's very interesting, the Chitara production, because it's saying something quite interesting about society today. I mean, it's not just a kind of folkloric piece, which is somehow rooted in the past. It's really dealing with contemporary issues about the position of women in society, and also looking at different parts of this same problem, not just in Morocco itself, but also people from Syria who are struggling. So a common problem of women struggling and trying to survive in difficult circumstances. So a very topical issue, and at the same time, making it not only national, but international.
And also to, just to close this conversation, in Morocco today, we have a new generation of huge theaters, you know, one of them in Tangier, just next to the moving peak, which is, you know, not operating today, but definitely for next year, you know, and it's so huge with a room like this, you know, 1,400 audiences, and then two other theaters for 200, and many other workshop spaces, etc. We have another one in Rabat, which is a masterpiece, maybe the last one built by, you know, planned by Zoha Hadid before she passed, and a third one in Casablanca, and all the three big theaters are, you know, will be inaugurated by His Majesty King Mohammed VI, and definitely this will be constituting a new era in performing arts in Morocco in the future. Do you think the association of these huge theaters and theater spaces with the National Theatre can be like a networking or something like this?
Yes, it can. At the same time, of course, theater buildings are not the only places for performances. It's very often useful to have outdoor performances or theaters which are in site-specific locations, which can somehow be resonant because of the space that they're using. And of course, you can have online performances, as we've seen in COVID-19 days. So yes, creating big buildings is very inspiring and desirable. At the same time, it's difficult to manage them, because it means then you have to have a big staff, you have to have larger overheads for running the theater, and then you need to have big audiences, and you need to be able to ensure that you can fill those audiences. So it's a management problem.
Okay, maybe you can take one more question from the floor. Okay. So once again, Steve, that was a wonderful conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is not the first time that you are here.
No, I'm delighted to be back, and delighted to be back in these circumstances as well.
Time. I hope that you will be back very soon after COVID-19.
Very kind.
It seems that it will be staying with us, you know.
Yes.
This is very strange, this new lockdown again.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
لقيم التنوير والحداثة والجمال.
Being retired now from work, which I enjoy a lot, I must say, I hope that all the young colleagues here and there
وزارت مع الدورة الثالثة عشرة من مهرجان قفزة الفنون المشهدية تجسيدا لثقافة الاعتراف الذي رتب من خلاله نصوصا مسرحية وآلية.
Du passé, faisons table rase. Le faux. كل شيء عام. جبني تذكر ديالهم. كيولي الصوت تحسن إلا بالعام صادق.
قدم في نفس السنة
Mais c'est quoi ce truc de planter des yeux?
ماضيت ياك حتى نتوما دايرين راسكم فيا.
انا غنمشي للبلاد.
ثقافية خدمة لقيم التنوير والحداثة والجمال.
Being retired now from work, which which I enjoy a lot, I must say. I hope that all the young colleagues here and there
وزارت مع الدورة الثالثة عشرة من مهرجان خرجت المشهدية تجسيدا لثقافة الاعتراف للرغبة من خلاله نصوصا مسرحية وكلمة.
Du passé, faisons table rase. Le fond, le fond. كل شيء عام. جبريل كابيان. يا ولي الصوت تحتاج إلى إجراء حصل.
قدمت في نفس السنة أنا لسه
Mais c'est quoi ce truc de blanc des yeux? Pardon, ce blanc des yeux. Je vais boucher tous tes trous, ta bouche, tes yeux, tes narines.
نواصلوا معكم شويه التجارب من داخل المطبخ داخل الدفاع.
أنا أشكر إدارة المهرجان، شكر جزيل.
اسمحي لي يا بنتي، اسمحي لي معلش شي حاجة خلقها يا زلمة. وردة هذه وردة بيضاء، ولكن لما يصدق لي قرصون في واحد البلاد
Que de pouvoir offrir nos enseignants.
Qui court vers la montagne, inquiet.
فما هي إلا خدعة للتمويل والتضليل عليه. الواقع أن العدو له عين على قبرص.
Triggers. And then we special focus on this.
الدورة لأستاذ أجيال أستاذ الدكتور حسن الميعي كتاب شعرية الدراما المعاصرة ضمن منشورات المركز الدولي لدراسات فرجة.
النص الخطي والكلام يعني أنا بقول بس
Narratives of exile and diaspora. Najib has published widely on relations between Islam and Europe.
Banana, what is a banana? Tangerine, right? Intersecting influences, a lot of cultural influences floating around every single day. It's almost like a
هذه القفازات المطبخ. قلتها ولا ما قلتهاش؟
أنا سعيدة لأنك وصلتي للذروة.
وانتي؟
عشان ما رحناش. وهذه لازم تكون الحين. مش تقولي
Danish, Egyptian,
I'm 11 years old and I dream of becoming a dancer.
أستاذ التربية الموسيقية أو المدرسات في مهرجانات وطنية كثيرة.
صباح الخير. نرحب بالحضور الكريم في هذه الجلسة العلمية في إطار فعاليات مهرجان طنجة المشهدية في دورتها السابعة عشرة عفوا، التي اختارت لها اللجنة المنظمة محور مسارح الجنوب عبر العالم، رؤى لا كولونيالية. بداية أطلب من السادة الأساتذة أن يلتحقوا بنا. معنا في هذه الجلسة الأستاذان رجاء خلوفي والأستاذ جمال أقبلي، الأستاذ عزيز العمراني والأستاذ طارق بوقلبة والأستاذة فوزية البيض. بداية نفتتح هذه الجلسة بالمداخلة التي سيلقيها الأستاذان رجاء خلوفي وجمال أقبلي، وعنوان المداخلة A Child's Journey from Boyhood to Womanhood as Documented in Solo. قبل أن أعطي الكلمة للأستاذين أذكر السادة الأساتذة المشاركين بأن السقف الزمني لكل مداخلة محدد في 20 دقيقة. إذن فليتفضل الأستاذ جمال أقبلي والأستاذة رجاء خلوفي لإلقاء ورقتهم. وشكرا.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, dear audience, for your attendance. As you may have gathered from what Professor Ayadi has just said, this paper is the fruit of joint efforts by Professor Raja and me. We decided to produce something together, and what better occasion than performing Tangier to do such a thing. A child's journey from boyhood to womanhood, as documented in Solo, a performance directed by Mohammed Al-Hor and inspired by Tahir Ben Jelloun. Documentary theater in general, and Solo in particular, pretend to a special kind of authenticity, extra realism, and a hard-edged engagement with real, usually political issues of power. The audience should not take, or rather mistake, documentary theater as a reflection of truth. Contrary to what appertains to it, documentary theater seeks to complicate the notion of truth and reality with alternative truths and realities. However realistic it strives to be, a documentary performance cannot but embrace the contradictions inherent in rendering a second reality on stage, a simulacrum, so to speak. In seeking to represent truth, docu-theater evokes the real, thus provoking a debate not just about its faithfulness and veracity, but also, and more importantly, about the issues it brings to the fore. While some critics would dwell on the disparities resident in experiencing verbatim narratives spoken by the actual persons in a fictional frame, we would rather consider how fictionality makes it functional, both to say and hear the unspeakable story. In Solo, so subtle is the transition from memory to the moment that the fine lines between fact and fiction are blurred. Personal tales should not be interpreted as solely indicative of individual cases, but rather as suggestive of collective and communitarian stories, which more often than not go unnoticed and heard. The only discernible voices belong to a few downtrodden women who could unshackle and unfetter themselves to transcend the barbed wire an overtly and overly masculinist society like ours has firmly put in place. The performance carries within a virulent criticism, a censure of the situation, the conditions women in contemporary Morocco are mired in. Through the speck of light illuminating the stage, it also offers a gleam of shimmering hope, presaging a new era marked by parity, equity, and dignity for all, regardless of gender. These dearly sought but hardly found universal rights are here contingent on women taking it upon themselves to stand up for themselves and speak up against all forms of injustice hindering their full integration into society. It is through females and males performing bodies on the theatrical stage that the director awakens the audience's conscience to perceive how the arts participate in the construction of both conforming and dissident subjects, as well as to reflect on how these embodied subjects are produced and consumed in the context of neoliberalism and modern human rights discourse. Dramatic action in such a context bridges the gap between the performance and the real in a manner that speaks of dominated silent identities in a society where male-oriented traditions still prevail. That the issue of the voiced women came to be thus staged indicates that silence is being broken, the bull is being taken by the horn, so to speak, the walls of fear are being shattered, and male-set boundaries are being pushed slowly but surely. Silence, which is tantamount to absence, will simply not do. Hence, the pitched up and near boisterous asides the performer resorts to almost convulsively and spasmodically by way of asserting her presence, her being, by enlisting the audience to devour her story in the Othelloesque sense. As she sits or stands in the only spotlight on the stage, she is swallowed by utter obscurity. The forces of darkness, it is insinuated, are too pervasive, perhaps too invasive, that they would take more than a solo rebel, and I'm using the title here, an insurgent to dispel and expel. This said, the performer is the proof that, as Foucault would put it, where there is power, there is resistance. From the very outset, the audience is plunged into utter darkness. A voiceover is heard, setting the scene. We are being informed that a woman is about to give us a full account of her life story. The last testimony among many others. Shocking, surprising, and forceful are the words the voiceover uses to describe the upcoming testimony. These fiery words catch on with the audience, triggering our curiosity and leaving ablaze a sense of suspense. According to the French critic Pierre Lepape, the least that can be said is that this is a story of learning, which is both tender and difficult, forceful and incisive. A beautiful, end of the quote, a beautiful woman, the voice goes on, who finds independence, self-assertion in a society governed by men, but the cost is her isolation, if not her exclusion. A dim light is turned on Zahra as she's being hosted by the voiceover. The only light is that of a burning candle standing on a stool in front of Zahra, a lonely woman. The white tulip by the candle metonymically stands for Zahra's name. The whiteness of the flower, a sign of chastity and innocence, as well as frailty, contrasts markedly with the overflowing darkness closing in on them. As she readies herself to tell her story, we are set and ready to devour her story. The opening line Zahra makes immediately jolts the audience. Nothing could have been more shocking than to call herself Ahmed. No sooner does the shock sink in than she discards both names as irrelevant. Truth is what matters, she claims. What the audience is about to witness resembles the truth. These claims lend her testimony more credibility, perhaps more veracity, all the while poignantly pointing to other truths out there. Before delving into the crux of the matter, Zahra, or rather Ahmed, or perhaps both, expresses her delight in finally being able to relieve herself of a cumbersome burden, not the corollary of years of carrying, but rather the outcome of the rupture of a lifetime of silence, of unturned stones, of the unspoken. Having established how elated and delighted she is now that she has been presented with an opportunity to vent out her woes, Zahra then capitalizes on what the audience knows to drive home her story. Some know her story all too well. Others have read about it, and yet others have been told. As soon as she enlists the audience, she downplays what they know as mere myths, as though she were at once inflating and deflating their sense of knowing. This play on the audience's sentiments is sure to make them reconsider, perhaps re-question what they think they know. Thus, instead of reaching for a wholly objective representation of truth, what the director has done, very much in the tradition of documentary theater, is to complicate notions of authenticity with a more nuanced and challenging evocation of the real. The audience is invited to refocus the lenses and demythologize what has been handed down as nothing but the truth. But hers is not just another story, is the first of many lessons yet to come. She's here, she says, to rectify the facts being told and sold about her and her kind, womankind. The directorial choice to have recourse to flashbacks serves the dual purpose of first reliving the performance past and vicariously identifying with it as she recollects and verbalizes some of her experiences and acts out others, thus lending them more vivacity and veracity at the same time. Only when she seems so livid does she dawn on the persona of the self, a self she distances herself from as she recounts, reconstructs bits and pieces of her broken body and soul. Having had to pretend to be a boy and then a man for so long, she can now embrace the sexuality she has been denied. The death of her father meant her emancipation, or perhaps I should say, womancipation. His death occasioned her birth. She has become whole once again by fusing her body and soul, living out her womanhood to its last breath. Remorsefully, she speaks of how her childhood was usurped, having had to live under the skin of a boy for her father to take false pride in her boyhood in a society that puts boys on a pedestal and relegates girls to the margin. Her story began on the 27th night of Ramadan, the sacred night of faith, the most significant night in the Muslim calendar. As she stands erect, center stage, steadfastly holding a burning candle in what may be construed as an act of defiance meant to spread light in a world too dark to give in to an insignificant yet signifying speck of light, Zahra moves around, taking us back to her father's deathbed. The only three characters there present are Zahra, but not quite so, the agonizing father, and the reaper. Zahra is flabbergasted, dazzled, and puzzled. She turns to the audience to explicate that this was the first and last time her father called her my daughter. In an auspicious moment of truth, perhaps a moment of confession, contrition, and repentance, the father seeks to wipe clean his slate of sins, of the sins he has committed against his own blood and flesh. Zahra has had to live with the cumbersome life for 20 years, we are made aware. The father, having been living in oblivion, shudders at the enormity and gravity of his deed, or rather his misdeed, as he recovers his senses now that he is on the verge of meeting death. On being asked what time it was, Zahra opens the window. The call for prayers is sounded. The father is terrified and petrified. He calls on Zahra to shut the window and to sound out, preaching, much to Zahra's astonishment, that religion has to be practiced in meditation, in silence, in quietude. Prior to that, Zahra informs us in an aside, as she clasps his shaky hands, he only thought of religion in terms of haram, the impermissible, halal, the permissible. There was no room for gray in his all white or all dark palette. As a matter of fact, life matters were for the most part brushed with the stroke of the forbidden, as though religion was all about constraining and constricting rather than liberating and uplifting. Bending on his knees, the father recalls Zahra's circumcision. Being thus reminded, Zahra turns her head backwards in shame. The dim memory is reconstructed by the father, who, having the barber pretend to have performed the act, did so only to tease his neighbors. Little innocent Zahra was made to mount a horse, a privilege only circumcised boys were entitled to, but as she grew older and bigger, the stigma of the scheme grew riskier and bigger, should the truth come out. Another memory that flashes back is that of Zahra, the boy, toying with the dolls and being caught in the act. Zahra distinctly remembers the incident. She impersonates her father and borrows his words, thus indignantly addressing herself when she was but a child. Be a man, she tells the child she was. Zahra maliciously thinks of opening the window to let his soul float freely. As she stands, he grabs her by the hand, panting and apologetic. The father apprises Zahra of a vision he has just had of her vicious uncle, his brother, another man, another menace. He warns her to take heed, to take caution. The uncle is the pestilence that walks on two. Zahra is prescient enough that this uncle of hers will go to the nadir of hell. Before he breathes his last, Zahra's father prods her to leave the house and live her life, to roam, to see for herself, to never turn back. In advising her thus, the father is somehow redeeming his soul. Only today does he see her as a fully grown woman, a poppy flower, to fall back on his words, one of a kind. He begs her pardon for having tormented her and himself. All he wants now is to find peace, and only forgiveness can procure that. He stands there, staring at his shrouded body. He keeps speaking to Zahra, but none can hear him now that he has crossed to the other side. Benumbed, short of sight, he now has to tread alone, a long path leading to a door, still lamenting his loss. A new dawn has cracked. Zahra has been set free by her father, the way slaves were unfettered by slave owners. A voiceover comes in to comment on the scene, accompanied with a shift in language. As we move from colloquial to standard Arabic, Zahra is stifled owing to straps attached to her chest, straps meant to keep her breasts from growing and showing. She too seems to have been shrouded while alive. Only with the death of her father could she retrieve her life, and only by tearing open his shroud could she open a new chapter and set herself free. The whiteness of the straps she has been wearing metonymically calls to mind the shroud the father is now wrapped in. The length of the cloth she unsheathes symbolizes the long years of servitude, bondage she leaves behind. Used to solitude, Zahra finds no trouble adjusting to a solitary lifestyle. In fact, she enjoys it to its fullest. Raja will accompany you during the second phase of Zahra's life, her father's posthumous life, so to speak.
Okay, thank you, Jamal. It was a pleasure working with you on this paper. Special thanks to our translation team. So in the following, I will continue with description and analysis of Zahra's life accounts. So this male-governed Moroccan society is effortlessly but skillfully downgraded as the director insistently surprises the audience with the multifold suggestive character of the faqih, a sardonically portrayed blind man whose personality and outward appearance exemplify the conflicting coexistence of male's dominance coupled with their vanishing power in an ever-changing society. The faqih looks muscular, wearing an old-fashioned European suit that tellingly contradicts his other religious features, the dark beard and the rosary. His apparently strong body is soon downgraded as he overtly displays his blindness, a blindness suggestive of the double-faced nature of the masculine confines that turn a blind eye on females' rights in a gender-biased society, while pretending to be righteous and fair. Multifaceted as he comes across, the fiqh enacts a society inevitably shaken with the winds of change, one that will genuinely empower women and close or rather illuminate the grim and gloomy chapter of gender conflict. It is the fiqh's talk about the ills of Moroccan society, coupled with his zealous words about how our understanding of Islam should be regenerated and reinterpreted, that eloquently confirm the complex messages embedded within this character. The fiqh per se incarnates a purposeful downplaying of frozen traditional conservative perspectives on religion, along with a renovative interpretation of Islamic principles that would enable all members of society to enjoy their rights, free themselves from the yoke of darkness, and join the realm of light and freedom, as he suggests. The way Zahra sits confidently and silently, smoking her traditional Moroccan pipe, staring everywhere and nowhere whilst meditating on his words, foretells, and by extension, a whole society's determination to reach that yet to come welcome change. The fiction-reality dichotomy is continually evoked as Zahra and the council are portrayed as two faces of the same coin, an ideal couple representing a new paradigm of equality and freedom. Very exceptional is this couple that strives to reconstruct untainted human values, values that are freed from the oddly imposed masculine authority. Once back at home from the house of prostitution, Zahra and the council engage in a trance-like dialogue. So displaced they sound from reality that the audience conscience and imagination become at the culmination of their activation. Roles, dialogues, and attitudes overlap here. Zahra is offered to the council by the old Press, who is in other enacted stories, Zahra's and or the fiqh's or the council's sister. This multiplicity and variance of voices, identities, roles, and accounts mirrors, though from afar, the social dichotomies, gaps, and inequalities characterizing male-female relationships and roles in a patriarchal society. In doing so, the director questions real socio-political issues relating to women's rights, and even more broadly, human rights and freedom. The conventional linearity of the story is hence metamorphosed to set the scene for a deconstructed performance premised on purposeful techniques of acting and narrating that evoke human rights narratives deeply rooted in their own social backgrounds. This implies that when actors play the role of multiple characters in a theatrical performance, they further complicate the idea of the self-contained subject and disrupt the cohesiveness of a linear narrative, often the form most frequently employed in the telling of human rights stories. Amidst a scene of torture, hope, and despair, an interweaving dance continues as Zahra sets a human satanic shape ablaze. As soon as the shape sinks into darkness, the verdict is announced. Through Zahra's words, she is imprisoned for 15 years. Events are stunningly successive and everything goes on quickly, as Zahra says. But the events and settings are all alike for her. The prison is here and there, so far implanted in her childhood home, so close, lurking within her soul. In this desperate talk lies again hope in a free prospect. Zahra's deep awareness of the meanings of freedom and prison is the first step towards liberation. The prison itself embodies cues alluding to the imminent salvation. One of these is Faraj, meaning redemption and bliss, a pigeon who visits Zahra every day to heal her soul and guide her to a free existence. Reading and writing is another light in Zahra's life, a beam of hope that alleviates darkness within her soul and leads her to the gates of freedom. What Zahra misses within the dark prison is the council, the icon of the so long and dearly sought equality. Her longing to see him makes allusion to the necessity of solidarity between males and females so as to defeat the partially governing masculinity. When the council used to visit her, she had to undergo the curses of satire and stigmatization by her female inmates. Their laughters are more than mere mockery. They are the reflection of the victim and executioner dichotomy, manipulating a large portion of the collective awareness of females in our society. That Zahra is secluded within the grips of the forces of darkness is not a reason for her for giving up. Resistant as she is, Zahra has found a way out of the trap. She defiantly and confidently walks blindfolded on papers suggestive of knowledge and hope, placed before her by the illusionary presence council. She walks into the abhorred darkness so that she can feel the solidary presence of her male friend. Hence the significance of unifying the efforts of all members of our society before the extended dominance of gender-based binary divisions. The reverie is over. Zahra is attacked by a witch-like masked woman. The creature, a typical embodiment of the outdated partial heritage, has come to avenge in the name of Zahra's 5 sisters. The witch recurrently refers to the number of the sisters, 5, a number whose religious connotations allegorically remind the audience of how obsolete and unjust traditions combine with distorted religious practices to deprive women of their human rights. Again, Zahra's loaded past and childhood is resurrected before her own eyes in the words of the strange witch. The vindictive creature is a de facto insinuation of the impaired awareness of a great majority of females who unfortunately contribute to worsening the status quo of women in our society. Successive actions amplify the attack against prospective freedom and dignity, revolt. With one hand, the witch pours the milk nourishing the white flower, hence the demolition of the atmosphere of purity, peace, and fairness that has been reigning in the stage. With scissors, in the other hand, the witch steadily moves towards Zahra to transform her into a dead, genderless creature. She cuts the petals of the flower as she threatens Zahra. Zahra, on the other side of the stage, kneels whilst holding the emblematic papers close to her belly in a way that signals adherence to the path of knowledge, independence, feminine identity, and resistance to the powers of repression. Zahra finally collapses, lying on the floor, not to surrender, but to unleash her endless story being told in the background through her own recorded voice. She is a woman seeking to incarnate on the ground her identity, her independence and existence in a society ruled by illogic, as she says. Though Zahra's story is endless, signals of victory are grafted within the very actions and words of Zahra and her male friend. The director finally gives us the opportunity to savor the taste and warmth of freedom away from the gloomy prison as he allows us to accompany Zahra in her first walk towards freedom under the sunny sky and salty breeze of the sea. Thank you everyone for your attention.
شكرا أستاذة رجاء خليفي وللأستاذ جمال أقبلي على عرضهما القيم والمركز. إذن في قراءة تمعنية لعرض سولو يتبين كيف لقصص شخصية أن تكتب التاريخ وتكتسب معاني سياسية. فكل الانقباضات التي نشهدها على خشبة المسرح خلقت عرضا، طفلا، فتى وامرأة، كلهم تجسدوا في جسد ذكوري مشوه. تحمل قصة الشخصية التي نشهدها في طياتها قصصا حية عدة غير محكية، قصص قمع وهمش أبطالها باسم التقاليد، وذاكرة تبدو أحداثها شبيهة بالخيال أكثر من الواقع، يشوبها جو من التشويش، ويمثل الأداء فيها أداة تحويل تجربة سيرة ذاتية جلية إلى تعليق أو فيلم وثائقي متأجج يعكس عديد السير غير المحكية. أجدد الشكر للأستاذ رجاء خلوفي وللأستاذ جمال أقبلي. والآن نفسح المجال للأستاذ عزيز العمراني ليلقي مداخلة بعنوان Decolonial and Post-Secular Voices in the Theaters of the Global South, Empowering the Local in Wolshinka's Death and the King's Horseman. فليتفضل الأستاذ مشكورا.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, Professor Yederdouan, who was my former professor. Now he is my colleague. So I also would like to thank Professor Khaled Amin. He was also my former professor. Now he is my colleague. And here I would like to quote Isaac Newton when he says that if you have seen further than others, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. So I would like to thank Professor Khaled Amin for his immense efforts in organizing this international conference. And this is my second time to take part in this conference. I mean, performing Tangier. So in this paper, I'm going to present a decolonial and post-secular reading of Wole Soyinka's play titled Death and the King's Horseman, which was written in 1975. As you can see, it's a little bit age-old, okay? It was published in the 70s, but I'm going to adopt new critical approaches, which are post-secularism and decoloniality as critical practices, as analytical, categories in order to analyze, this play. Wole Soyinka's play. So I will try to show that in celebrating the local is that interaction between the local and the global. Soyinka seems to argue that the key to a local agency or subaltern agency, so to speak, can be found in the area of a global culture. It is commonly acknowledged that we are witnessing a decolonial and post-secular turn in the global academia. Being post-secular necessarily entails decolonial thinking and doing, and both decolonial and post-secular projects attempt to subvert the Eurocentric, secular, and colonial knowledge. Decoloniality and post-secularism as masses of suspicion aim to critique and undermine the coloniality and secularity of Western intellectual and literary productions. In his book, The Wretched of the Earth, Frantz Fanon states, I quote, colonization is not satisfied merely with holding a people in its grip and emptying the native's brain of all form and content. By a kind of perverted logic, it turns to the passive oppressed people and distorts, disfigures, and destroys it, end of quote. This is exactly what the British Empire did in Nigeria, and it is clearly reflected in Soyinka's play. In total disregard of Yoruban people's tradition and customs, which they term barbaric, nonsense, mumbo-jumbo, and pagan, Pilkings and the representatives of the British colonialism in the play impose colonial structures on the natives. In his dialogue with Jane, the naive wife of Samuel Pilkings, the colonial administrator, Orlandi Ellison's son, who has been to Britain and observed British people's attitudes towards others, says, I quote, you forget that I have now spent 4 years among your people. I discovered that you have no respect for what you don't understand. It is that lack of respect for the other that has led Pilkings to order the arrest of the Ikongun, the spirit of ancestors. The colonizers' desecration of the native religious symbols shows how the colonial project attacked not only the territory, but also the soul of the Nigerian people. As a decolonial playwright, in his play, Wole Soyinka argues that European colonial domination is enabled and legitimated by the constitution of the colonial other, as always lagging behind. In Death and the King's Horseman, Soyinka presents the process of marginalizing the European way of life as the British colonial officers distort native culture, spread their religion, Ellison to prevent him from completing his ritual suicide after the king's death. The colonial scholars, however, highlight how much this policy is functional to the whole colonial project, as it firmly places the colonizer in the realm of critical reason and the colonized into a space still dominated by religion, tradition, and irrationality. What is interesting is that colonization found a justification in secular discourse. The colonial studies thus identifies secularism as a part of the modern colonial epistemology. Although it was introduced as a secular enterprise, European colonialism was also religiously motivated. Franz Fanon is crystal clear in his condemnation of Christianity. He says, I quote, "The church in the colonies is the white people's church, the foreigner's church. She doesn't call the native to God's ways, but to the ways of the white man. The foreigner's church, she doesn't call to the native to God's ways, but to the ways of the white man, of the master, of the oppressor." End of quote. This means that the crucial move of the colonial approach highlights the mutual dependence of secularization and religion in European colonialism. For Walter Mignolo, Christian theology and secular philosophy and sciences were complicit with the European colonial project. In this sense, the colonial and post-secular projects challenged the Eurocentrism of the academic study of religion, foregrounding the role that the field has played in legitimizing the violence of colonization. In this regard, Talal Asad, a scholar who popularized the concept of post-secularism within the field of the colonial studies, places special emphasis on the way in which the categories of the secular and the religious have been used to denigrate non-Western peoples and ways of life. If the colonizer used Christianity as a colonial tool in the play, the natives also used their European traditional religion as a mode of resistance. In his play, Soyinka portrays how Africans resisted forsaking their religion against any Western change. Yoruba people were performing religious rituals before the introduction of the Christianity by the colonialist. Soyinka here seems to argue that African people didn't hear of culture for the first time from Europeans. Before the arrival of the British, the Africans, despite some cultural imperfections, were peaceful, sharing a common language, common beliefs and traditions. Believed to be the voice of Wole Soyinka in the play, Amosa, for example, questions the validity of ritual suicide as a method of joining the world of the dead and protecting the people, but doesn't question the power of the Ikunkun, as do Pilkings and Jane. Although he is working for the British Empire, Amosa shows resistance to the white man's attempt to culturally contain, objectify, and subjugate the Nigerian people. Having spent 4 years as a medical student in England and assimilated the English culture, Olandi both experiences the good and ugly sides of Western modernity. And here, Professor Khalid Amin yesterday mentioned a very good idea or point when he said that when we talk about modernity, we have to mention its twin, which is colonialism. And this is an idea which is well debated in the field of both post-colonial studies and the colonial studies. So Olandi says to Jane, I quote, I know now how history is made. It is worth pointing out here that by presenting native characters in the play, such as Amosa, Ellison and Olandi as critical voices of both their indigenous culture and the colonial voices of mental colonization and coloniality of knowledge, Soyinka carries out a kind of cultural and religious autocraticism and aims to decolonize the European colonial system of knowledge. Soyinka wants to tell that Africans themselves in the middle of the 20th century took into their own hands the telling of their story and writing their own history. More importantly, Wole Soyinka's Death and the King's Horseman is a decolonizing play par excellence. In his conversation with Jane, Olandi also tells her, I quote, "Another error into which your people fall, you believe that everything which appears to make sense was learned from you. I had plenty of time to study your people. I saw nothing that you gave the right to pass judgment on other peoples and their ways, nothing at all." End of quote. This is indeed a critique of Eurocentric epistemic violence. At stake here is that Soyinka claims that African and by extension non-Western writers can operate outside European intellectual and philosophical pedigree. He attempts to undermine Immanuel Kant's idea that Europe is a subject of knowledge, while the rest of the world constitutes objects of knowledge. Hegel's writings on the Son of the West as the end of cosmic thinking, and Emmanuel Levinas's claim that European philosophy is philosophy and European thinking is thinking, and what we, the others, produce is just dancing. Following Wole Soyinka's decolonial thinking, in his book, Can Non-European Think, Hamid Dabashi, this is a very good book, which I advise all of you to read it. It was published in 2015, and it was translated into Arabic just 1 year later as هل يستطيع الغير الأوروبي التفكير. It was translated by, I think, Anwar Amjad, something, Imad Amjad. So in his book, Can Non-Europeans Think, Hamid Dabashi, a famous American-Iranian scholar, confirms that Europeans are Eurocentric and see the world from their vantage point. But Eurocentrism today is completely over. Walter Mignola's response to Dabashi's question, can non-European think, is yes, we can. And by the way, Walter Mignola is the one who wrote a preface to Hamid Dabashi's book, and he titled his preface as Yes, We Can. For Soyinka, dismantling Western hegemonic culture doesn't mean to reject Western culture in its entirety. In his play, the local and the global, the secular and spiritual are mutually inclusive. He seems to square with Gayatri Spivak's notion of critical appropriation. That is why he says that the play shouldn't be considered as a clash of cultures or be read as portraying the clash between old values and the new ways, between Western methods and African traditions. Rather, the play demonstrates the need for interaction between African and European cultures. Soyinka sheds light on human understanding of cultural and religious relations that are possible, that are possible for promoting a coexistence of different cultures. He celebrates the local and cultural syncretism and joins other decolonial writers such as Mignolo in giving voice to the cosmopolitanism of the subaltern. His play definitely prompts us to think about different religions and customs and how they intersect and clash, dropping references to Islam and Christianity, as well as lots of discussion of European religious practices. However, this cultural and religious syncretism is in danger because of two fundamentalist groups, the essentialist and conservative forces of indigenous society embodied by Iyaluja and the Presinga on the one hand, and the brutal colonial officials on the other. Put differently, adopting Abdelkabir Khatibi's concept of double critique, what Soyinka seems to accomplish in his play was to oppose and critique both the dominant culture of the ancient Yoruba kingdom and the equally hegemonic culture of the white invaders. His strategy is a brilliant decolonizing venture. In one of his recent interviews, particularly in 2016, Soyinka says, I quote, "I distinguish between religion and spirituality. Humankind has enough problems without religion adding to them. And organized religion is more a curse than a blessing." End of quote. This is clearly echoed in his play when he celebrates the spirituality of Yoruba society and criticizes the politicized forms of religion. To show the aggressive face of organized religion and epistemic violence of the colonizer, Ellison, the protagonist, says, I quote, "First I blamed the white man, then I blamed my gods for deserting me." End of quote. This is a decolonial and post-secular framework which aims to create new alternatives that help overcome the stark opposition between Eurocentric secular thinking and extremist forms of religion, reinforcing intersubjective and dialogical views of identity. By stating that this play shouldn't be read as a clash of cultures, Soyinka tries to say that clash of civilization theory can be easily rejected and refuted if we go beyond essentialist and Eurocentric discourses, and therefore the world is not facing a clash of civilization, but a clash of fundamentalisms or clash of ignorance, to use Edward Said's words. Excuse me. It is important to note here that post-secular and decolonial paradigms can contribute to the quest for pluralist public spheres where difference is recognized and not only tolerated. In a nutshell, the decolonial and the post-secular aim at overcoming the opposition between fundamentalist religion and Eurocentric secularism to arrive at healthy rapprochement between the profane and the spiritual, the secular and the religious, the West and the East. To celebrate the glocal, in his play, Wallace Soyinka presents hybrid characters whose identities are constructed within a liminal space. For example, Amos's resistance from within the colonial system destabilizes the colonial epistemological superiority and relocates his tradition through Western modernity. To that extent, Amosa functions as a liminal character while simultaneously undermines the cultural assimilation proposed by the colonial system and the unworkable cultural essentialism maintained by Iyaluja and her followers in the Oyo community, Oyo or Yoruba community. From the beginning of the play, Soyinka associates Ellison with the mythological figure of Iso, the Yoruba god of interpretation and mediation. And by so doing, he invites us, Soyinka invites us, the reader, his readers, to see him as a liminal figure working out, to see Ellison as a liminal figure working out a syncretic position between two rigid poles. So Ellison makes possible the reconciliation of opposites, the secular, the religious, the local, the global, the colonizer and the colonized. He therefore seeks a new way of affirming his people's subjectivity as their values are fused with Western modernity. Ellison is questing for new syncretic cultural order that takes into consideration contemporary realities. Like his father and other liminal characters in the play, Olendi resists colonization, but envisions the location of his people's subjective agency within the intersection of African tradition and Western modernity. It is this post-colonial hybrid space fertilized by his controversial death and that of his father, Ellison, that will ultimately inspire the action of the unborn. Because before he committed suicide, Ellison married to a new bride, and of course, he left her, with a kid. He left her, pregnant. So even the conservative Iyaluja acknowledges that her society shouldn't look to the unborn for its salvation, as she epistemically consoles the expectant mother who mourns over the death of her husband. Ellison telling her, I quote, "Never now forget the dead, forget even the living. Turn your mind only to the unborn." I think the unborn child stands for this embryonic decolonial and post-secular project that rejects the extremist ideologies and preserves the best aspects of tradition and modernity, religion and secularism. So even the fundamentalist and extremist characters in the play, such as Ialuja and the praise singer, at the end of the play, they have realized that they were wrong and they couldn't go back to their pre-colonial values. And here I will refer you to a very good point, which was raised, by a famous Moroccan historian, Abdul Arabi, when he says that one of the reasons behind our development, underdevelopment, one of the reasons behind the underdevelopment of Islamic world is the absence of historical consciousness. So the characters in the play are not aware of what happened in their own society. So they have to adapt to a new reality. So I repeat, I think the unborn child sends, Professor Ayedi, just 1 minute, I'm about to finish. I think the unborn child sends for this embryonic decolonial and post-secular project that rejects the extremist ideologies and preserves the best aspects of tradition and modernity, religion, and secularism. Mikhail Bakhtin says, I quote, "Degradation digs a bodily grave for a new birth. It hasn't only a destructive negative aspect, but also a regenerating one." End of quote. With this point in mind, the unborn child and his new bride are expecting is a fruit of that regenerative exercise. It is a seed that will reshape the consciousness and identity of the Nigerian people by bridging the metaphysical and the physical, the supernatural, the natural, the traditional, the modern, the secular, and the religious in their lives. To conclude, characters such as Ellison, Olandi, Joseph, and Amusa are decolonial, local, and post-secular, undermining both their extremist religious and cultural rituals and Eurocentric secularity and coloniality of power. Sri Lanka's Death and the King's Horseman teaches us that decolonization refers to a range of possible strategies that may allow us to think our present independently as a necessary preliminary step towards epistemic reconstitution. And here also I refer to Walter Minu's definition of the D in decoloniality. He says that the D in decoloniality indicates the need and the goal of the re-emergence, reconstitution, reformation, and re-emergence. So Sri Lanka's Death and the King's Horseman teaches us that decolonization refers to a range of possible strategies that may allow us to think our present independently as a necessary preliminary step towards epistemic reconstitution. A critical reading of Wole Soyinka's Death and the King's Horseman proves Khalid Amin's claim right when he affirms that post-colonial theater, I quote, exists in a liminal space between East and West, end of quote. So national theater is local and post-secular, struggling with two worlds, the East and the West, and ideologies, religion and secularism. Thank you so much for your attention.
شكرا للأستاذ عزيز العمراني على عرضه القيم الذي تناول فيه الأصوات اللا استعمارية وما بعد العلمانية في مسارح الجنوب العالمي. فهو يقدم قراءة لمسرحية الموت وفارس الملك ليو سوينكا من منظور لا استعماري وما بعد علماني، ويدعي أن مسرحية سوينكا تدحض البيت الشعري لروديارد كيبلين الذي يقول: الشرق شرق والغرب غرب ولن يلتقيا أبدا. كما يرى الباحث أن سوينكا يجادل بأن مفتاح للوكالة الفرعية المحلية يمكن العثور عليه في مجال الثقافة العالمية،
كما يدعو إلى العلمانية التابعة ويعتقد أن احترام دين الآخرين وأساليب عيشهم سيقلل من النزاعات ويعزز التعايش بين الثقافات المختلفة. شكرا أستاذ عزيز الأمراني. والآن نفسح المجال للأستاذ طارق بوغربا ليقدم مداخلة بعنوان To be Moroccan or not to be. عبد الحق الزروالي Globalizing the Board. فليتفضل الأستاذ مشكورا.
صباح الخير جميعا. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should like start by congratulating Professors Khalid Amin and my dear friend Jamal and Si Khalili for managing, in fact, to put together the elements of such a successful event. On my part, taking part on celebrating theaters of the global South from the colonial vision, the poetics and politics of national theaters between globalism and localism, I deemed it very pertinent to entitle my paper To be Moroccan or Not to Be, Abdelhaq Zarwali, Globalizing the Bod. And my paper answers two major questions: why Shakespeare's Hamlet, and why Abdelhaq Zarwali and Rashid Amhajou's stage production. The first one would be why Shakespeare's Hamlet, simply because I have a very peculiar and exceptional story with Shakespeare, being someone who has done extensive research on Othello in particular. And the second one was derives its legitimacy from an interview on FBM with Bilal Marmid with Abdelhaq Zarwali, who basically compared himself to Shakespeare and to Brecht. So briefly, this paper offers a thorough analysis of Abdelhaq Zarwali's grand performance of Hamlet, as it pins down also the dynamics of localizing Shakespeare in Moroccan theater. Unlike many Arab stage productions, which fall within a whole Arab Hamlet tradition, which has turned the tragedy into an essential which is part of an Arab political context. Rashid Amhajou's revision of Hamlet and Haq Zarwali's spectacular taming of the protagonist fall within, as I said earlier on, an attempt to rewrite a global text from within through local lenses. And of course, a major question in this paper is that it catches moments of a possibility between a global grand narrative as is Hamlet, being brought on a Moroccan stage. This return of the native, as I always would like to describe it, shakes this global myth, as I'd like to call it, force of Shakespeare's texts, only to produce a local production a la Zarwali's. So for a brief survey of the Arabic stage adaptations of Hamlet, this paper also calls into question the universality of the bard, the Arab Hamlet tradition, and therefore examines Rashid Amhajou's successful attempt to stage the global narrative, and at the same time celebrates our Moroccan icon, I would say, Abdelhaq Zarwali's grand characterization of the character. If post-1975 Arabic adaptations of Hamlet through the character of Claudius in the main dominated the color scene, at least 4 of these plays mainly allegorized contemporary or recent local political regimes of Iraq, Syria, Egypt. Although these plays were not politically in character, I should point out that they all implicitly evoked in the Arab world and called upon political change. English in character, some Arab adaptations affirmed, if not confirmed, this political alienation, if not delineation, yet managed to extend this international tendency to stage the local tyrant in the Arab world. As it examines the Arabo-Moroccan version of Hamlet, which is yet different in nature, prior to the political stability of Morocco, or prior to the political stability that Morocco has always entertained. My reading of the play starts from a remarkable departure from the English source text, only to emphasize yet a new faithful rendition, I should call, of the play and the character as well. Therefore, Abdelhak Rashid Amhjouz, if not Abdelhak Zarwali, both seem to have contributed to a whole Arabic Shakespearean tradition is an attempt to, of course, revisit the play from a local perspective. Such an innovative theatrical endeavor falls under a narrative mode that uses the source text but brings in subtle transformations that may include extensive scenic rearrangement, technically speaking. Such a theatrical production of Hamlet and the study has brought into question the ability of Shakespeare, the global text, and I mean here Hamlet, to be appropriated to Morocco and appropriated in Morocco. Bringing Hamlet this way to the Moroccan audience would inevitably necessitate alleging the bard with the true representative of monodrama in Morocco and the Arab world, Abdelhak Zarwali. I should also voice it out that at least at this stage, that such a Moroccan spectacular performance should unsurprisingly arouse the dismay of the traditionalists who have felt that a Shakespearean text should be guarded in the confines of Western opera house, or if not English opera house, and must not be Arabized or Americanized. And this is basically a question that I'll be trying to react to. The other point would be derived from another interview, Abdelhak Zarwali speaking, when should I live in acting and when should I act in life? Such are his words in an interview with Lamab. In the same interview, on the occasion of the National Theatre Festival, which was held in December in Tétouan, 2018, Zarwali pointed out that theater is an art form that should show and display this creative, political, and cultural awareness of Moroccans. In another article by with the Al Bayan journal, I have used also the insights in this article, in this interview, for a pertinent reading of this Moroccan stage version of Hamlet. I'll be also using here again Professor Khalid Amin, who writes that Moroccan dramatists representation of Shakespeare have not only allowed the reformulations of canonical literary cultural rehabilitation, dislocation, if not relocation of the bard through the recontextualization of this grand narrative. When he was asked, probably I'm talking about Abdelhak Zarwali rather than Amhjouz. I think both have, at least in my judgment, managed to produce a very wonderful concept of Hamlet. Through a close examination of Amhajou's stage play and Zerwali's characterization of Hamlet, this paper also seems to have called into question, as I said earlier on, the universality of Shakespeare Hamlet, as it examines how a grand narrative of an English asset can trespass the confines of the Western opera to be adapted to Arab Moroccan stage. Again, one of the questions that probably I have managed to react to, that is being wary of the Eurocentric stage nostalgia, partially fueled by the great Shakespearean traditions. Zerwali's Moroccan version of the play shakes this myth of the English-centric nature of Shakespeare's Hamlet, in particular. Shakespeare, the British icon, and Zerwali, the Moroccan icon. I should again be taking Khalid Amin's explanation of the Moroccan stage adaptation of the global Shakespeare, talking about the hybrid nature of Moroccan theater that has acquired and accumulated throughout history. This has been, for him, has been confirmed in various attempts to refashion the bard, and he was given examples of Bershid's use of Othello, and he further explains this local alienation, yes, transformational, decolonizing in character. Zerwali's together, he was quoting Khalid Amin, Zerwali's together with Hlou's version of Hamlet are both liberated from this delay of action that has always confined the source text and the Prince of Denmark as well. As an instance of this unique repositioning and reappropriation of the play would be that Amhajou, together with Zerwali again, have both given life to the character. Shakespeare's confused, hesitant, and indecisive version of Hamlet has been empowered through his extraordinary characterization of the character by the greatest Arab or Moroccan actor of all times, as Shakespeare was. I should point out that although being kept full of bitterness, melancholy, and hatred for his uncle and his mother's sexuality, Zerwali's, Amhajou's here, version of the character has undergone some metamorphosis. Not the walking cadaver, as I would always like to describe most of the Hamlets in other state productions. Zerwali has, however, been successful in remaining insane throughout the entire stage production, although we were confused whether Zerwali's Hamlet was mad or not. But I think Zerwali has hitherto managed to maintain some balanced confusion till the end of the play, at least, so that he can take revenge at the very end of the production. Such confusion has been confirmed throughout the use of the ghost of his father in this production, and Zerwali's ability to converse eloquently with the ghost. And this, of course, has given credibility and authority and feasibility to his character. The other measure I would like to take in my reading of this version of Hamlet is this question of translatability of Shakespeare's version of Hamlet. That would bring in its turn the question of the legitimacy of changing the linguistic idiom while rendering such a grand narrative. This attempt to translate Shakespearean verse takes from the premise that such a rendition of Hamlet should be in itself a liberating act in itself. Such a daring rendition, I should say, translate the bard, did shake the traditional asset, the traditional Shakespearean establishment, which has always treated the popular bard as English cultural asset par excellence that should be safely governed within the Western confines of the opera house. Such a reading of the Moroccan version I would be adopting in this paper would, where the verse in Hamlet is translated into foreign language, Arabic in our case, was in the eyes of so many traditionals an insult to the spirit of Shakespeare and his monumental works. I'm here thinking about Hamlet and how this version was chauvinistic in character and in mode. This stage production in particular seems to have heightened this global narrative through this global narrative mode of the source text to the extent that it has created a local excellent local version where Zerwali's touch has made of Hamlet a more puzzled, confused character than Shakespeare's English version was. Such bewilderment, confusion, if not psychopathic disorientation, have been better communicated through translating the 7 soliloquies more eloquently than the English patterns. Zerwali, at least in my judgment, has always been the best to translate the stage Hamlet's confusion. Of course, the only example that I would share with you is this to be and not to be. That is the question. Would be the only instant where Zerwali has been, if not Hamlet here, the Moroccan Hamlet, seems to have been thrown in a sea of trouble, quoting from Hamlet. I think Mr. Chairman is very strict on time, but I think I'd like
a couple of minutes.
A couple of seconds, probably. So in conclusion, Amjour's and Zerwali's efforts to translate Hamlet were meant to negotiate these possibilities of translatability of the play itself and to shake this global asset Shakespeare's grand narrative has always entertained to finally produce a fine version of the play that is very correct, I should say, very correct Arabic production in its finest form. Such a question derives its legitimacy again from a thesis that what I was preparing for this paper entitled "Is Hamlet Untranslatable? Negotiating the Boundaries of Translatability in 20th Century's German Hamlets," that was published in 2002. Through a local touch, Amjour and Zerwali have therefore managed to localize in translating successfully the 5 acts of the play on the one hand, and Hamlet's confusion on the other hand. Finally, the Arabo-Moroccan Hamlet is, in the eyes of all, I think, a correct and legible text, and the confusion Zerwali's Hamlet would undergo in every phase of the play was better communicated than even the description of the mind state in the source text of Shakespeare. Thank you very much.
شكرا للأستاذ طارق بوقربة على هذه المداخلة القيمة التي هي محاولة لتحليل أداء شخصية هاملت من طرف عبد الحق الزروالي وإبراز ديناميكية توطين شكسبير في المسرح المغربي. كما يرى الباحث فإنه على عكس تقليد هاملت العربي الذي حول التراجيديا إلى سياق سياسي عربي أساسي، فإن إعادة رشيد أمحجور النظر في هاملت وترويض عبد الحق الزروالي لبطل الرواية تقع ضمن محاولة مغربية لإعادة كتابة نص عالمي من الداخل ومن خلال عدسات محلية. نجدد الشكر للأستاذ طارق بوقربة. والآن نفسح المجال للأستاذة فوزية البيض لتلقي عرضاً بعنوان Globalisation et crispation de l'identité culturelle dans le monde arabo-musulman. فتتفضل الأستاذة مشكورة.
Thank you, Chairman. Adopter une approche anthropologique sur tout ce qui est identité culturelle trouve sa légitimité dans la recherche dans les origines. Dans les origines, pour voir est-ce qu'on avait une tradition théâtrale ou bien le 4e art, pour nous, est un art importé. Toutes les recherches qui ont été effectuées sur l'histoire de l'art dramatique arabe s'accordent à affirmer que le théâtre, avec sa définition occidentale, est un art importé, voire étranger à la civilisation arabe.
même si les études en sociologie culturelle ont dégagé la présence de certains aspects du rite cérémonial qui s'apparentent au jeu de divertissement dans plusieurs célébrations populaires présentes depuis plusieurs siècles. Ces formes de l'imaginaire entretenaient des relations avec les traditions, les us et les coutumes de la société arabe. Aristote souligne dans son livre que le théâtre est né de l'instinct de l'imitation, mimésis, en tout point. À côté de leurs caractéristiques sociales, d'autres principes culturels étaient présents et le sont toujours, comme l'usage de la langue arabe avec tout ce qu'il véhicule comme valeur littéraire, valeur spirituelle, sociale et politique. Si la civilisation arabe accorde à l'Occident le monopole de la scène, les données historiques, elles, ne peuvent nier les périodes dites glorieuses de la civilisation arabe et celle qui était présente il y a 14 siècles et qui était à son apogée. Marc Berger, qui a consacré une œuvre entière aux Arabes, dit à ce propos: quand on travaille sur les Arabes, on ne doit pas oublier qu'ils ont une civilisation qui date de 14 siècles. La présence de l'islam, de la langue arabe, les valeurs sociales, scientifiques, spirituelles, littéraires, économiques et politiques sont des valeurs vécues. Même si la scène du théâtre montre que l'Occident est le seul à annexer l'histoire, à monopoliser le rôle d'acteur. Malgré le fait que le monde arabe soit aujourd'hui en marge du progrès, il n'a jamais perdu son enthousiasme pour la culture et pour le dialogue des civilisations. L'ijtihad, l'effort de réflexion dans l'islam, a favorisé l'esprit de l'ouverture et de la recherche. La quête des peuples islamiques pour s'approprier les sciences et les technologies modernes fut un processus de transmission sociopolitique et culturelle depuis le deuxième siècle de l'Hégire. La transmission du savoir scientifique moderne comme un fonds culturel et public et privé, fondé sur la liberté de la pensée et sur la tolérance culturelle. Ainsi, comme nous le savons, les Arabes avaient traduit en leur langue, dans un mouvement massif qui a duré plus de 2 siècles, des textes de toutes les disciplines scientifiques. Ce vaste mouvement de traduction a touché la médecine, les mathématiques, l'astronomie, la philosophie, la mécanique, physique, chimie, ainsi que d'autres genres littéraires mineurs, surtout lors de la période de la Renaissance. Les textes traduits avaient constitué une matière importante à la tradition scientifique, qui deviendra par la suite une tradition de recherche au niveau universitaire et au niveau scientifique, au niveau mondial. Mais une question s'impose dans cette instance de réflexion. Pourquoi les Arabes ont-ils tout traduit, à l'exception notable du théâtre, qui a été délaissé ou négligé pour des raisons jusqu'à présent incompréhensibles et indétectables? Ce sujet qui reste jusqu'à maintenant une question déconcertante départage les chercheurs en matière dramaturgique. Ceux qui ont avancé l'idée que cette omission est d'ordre volontaire précisent que l'islam, religion monothéiste, a condamné le théâtre au moment où le prophète était en lutte contre les Mécois attachés à leurs croyances ancestrales. Toutes les formes de la figuration, fût-elle l'expression artistique, a été refusée. Jocelyne Baffé explique dans son ouvrage « Tradition théâtrale et modernité en Algérie », il explique cette interdiction. Il dit à ce propos que l'interdiction de la représentation par les images et les statues était une manière d'affirmer la nouvelle religion par les rapports de la période anté-islamique. Il fallait imposer Dieu en tant qu'esprit et non pas en tant que corps. Mais si l'idolâtrie anti-islamique fut interdite par certains textes et par les hadiths, si l'islam plaide en faveur de l'unicité de Dieu et d'une unicité de la croyance, l'hostilité des théologiens musulmans pour la configuration est restée constante à travers les siècles. C'est dire par là que l'idée n'est pas seulement attachée à une certaine époque de l'histoire de l'islam, comme l'avance Jocelyne Baffet. Paul Khoury explique à son tour comment la religion a participé au processus de l'acculturation du Moyen-Orient. Dans certains cas, le facteur religieux, dit-il, constitue un obstacle au pluralisme culturel, c'est-à-dire qu'il pourrait bloquer le processus d'acculturation à la modernité quand celle-ci apparaît comme une caractéristique de la religion adverse. Il ajoute les traditions et les systèmes religieux sont encore là, qui nous surveillent, qui nous encadrent et qui encadrent la vie culturelle des Arabes. À partir de là, la religion musulmane serait-elle contre tout courant de la modernité? Seul Allah est qualifié d'al-Musawwir, le façonneur des formes de l'image, peintre ou sculpteur. Dieu leur demanda au jour du jugement dernier de souffler l'âme dans l'œuvre et leur préserve un grand châtiment, rapporte le Bukhari dans son Sahih, rapportant les dires du prophète Mohammed. Par conséquent, celui qui produit des formes risquerait d'imiter Dieu dans l'exercice de sa fonction, de sa création. Selon les penseurs de l'islam, selon les penseurs de l'islam. Donc, à cette instance, on peut bien sûr parler de la lettre de Dalil ala Hurmat al-Tamthil, écrite en 1946 et qui vient illustrer ce propos. Donc, malgré cette éventuelle interdiction, émettre l'idée postulée par certains occidentaux selon laquelle la culture islamique se serait basée sur l'élimination de certains éléments du legs de la civilisation antérieure pour imposer son système de pensée serait pour nous les chercheurs un jugement hâtif. C'est aussi absurde que de dire que l'art est informe, voire en partie abstrait, en référence aux prescriptions édictées par l'islam, alors que son historicité prouve le non fondé de cette idée. On constate de fait, c'est juger d'avance que la non-évolution de l'art arabo-musulman ait été déterminée par cet interdit. Quoi qu'il en soit, le théâtre, comme représentation, qui met en scène des personnages, des poupées, des marionnettes, des masques, des sculptures, n'a pas été traduit au XIIe siècle selon la poétique d'Aristote. Au terme comédie fut substitué hija et la tragédie celui de Madih, panégyrique ou l'éloge. En fait, Averroès avait aussi substitué d'autres catégories dramatiques aux catégories poétiques. L'absence est-elle donc due au problème de la traduction? Est-elle due au problème du transfert ou un problème d'interférence culturelle? Devrait-on accuser le procédé adaptatif utilisé à l'époque pour l'arabisation de la dramaturgie grecque? Par ailleurs, à côté de cet aspect formel, le théâtre, il met aussi en scène des conflits. Le conflit de l'homme avec son intériorité, avec la divinité. Et sa lutte pour acquérir cette liberté revêt des caractéristiques héroïques. Le cas des psychodrames. Plus profondément encore dans la pensée, la scène célèbre des actes légendaires des héros dramatiques comme Antigone, Prométhée ou Oedipe. Il présente un modèle de défi lancé par l'individu aux lois de la cité. Et contre tout totalitarisme, célébrer la légende, c'est aussi corroborer l'esprit du paganisme qui est contre l'unicité de Dieu. Dans la charia musulmane, tout refus ou conflit avec les lois qui régissent la société est un comportement intolérable et condamnable parce qu'il menace la stabilité du groupe et répand une certaine angoisse existentielle. Son auteur peut même être qualifié d'hérétique. D'un point de vue politique et social, l'univers mental du musulman traditionnel se caractérise par la soumission et la résignation devant la volonté divine, et il ne sera jamais maître de son destin. Des notions abondantes dans le théâtre grec, comme la démesure, le défi des dieux, la fatalité, le choix de sa mort, vaincre ou contrecarrer la destinée des dieux, ou surpasser ses capacités d'homme mortel pour accéder au rang d'un demi-dieu, sont des idées jugées impraticables avec les valeurs et les principes sur lesquels se base la religion musulmane, rapporte Mohamed Aziza dans son livre qui parle de l'esthétique musulmane et du développement de l'art arabesque et des problèmes qui sont liés à l'iconoclasme musulman. Et bien sûr, on peut faire la référence aussi de grand ouvrage de la querelle des images. Même Platon, dans son livre Les lois et la République, condamne le théâtre, aussi bien au nom de la vérité, parce qu'il imite le monde des apparences et du faux, tant au point de vue des idées que du point de vue moral. Car l'héroïsme, donc c'est une action blâmable. Pour d'autres, le théâtre, comme texte et comme représentation issue d'autres civilisations, renferme dans sa structure et son esthétique des genres nouveaux, une composition délicate qui prête à confusion et par conséquent, elle est intransmissible à la culture arabe. Le théâtre étant un art visuel, c'est aussi l'art de la similitude, images et signes acoustiques, visuels et linguistiques de nature diverse ou une polyphonie informationnelle selon Roland Barthes. Incompatible, incompréhensible, en tout cas, d'autres raisons plus problématiques semblent planer sur cette question. Serait-ce la nature même du théâtre, art jugé tapageur et incitateur à la rébellion pour s'accaparer la démocratie et se rebeller contre toutes les formes de la tyrannie et toutes les formes du pouvoir totalitaire qui n'œuvrent pas dans l'intérêt des communs politiques. Voire les intérêts sociaux, politiques et économiques des États arabes musulmans. Effectivement, le théâtre, comme on le sait, nous, les mordus de la scène, est le lieu où la censure se perd. Donc, c'est le lieu où la censure se perd. Pourquoi? Parce qu'on use de masques, de déguisements, et donc des éléments que la vie elle-même n'autorise pas. Comme Platon écrivit dans son livre Les lois, qu'Athènes est la ville de la législation du théâtre. Elle avait insisté sur le rôle important de l'art dramatique dans les luttes idéologiques et politiques pour s'accaparer la démocratie. Pourtant, à partir de là, est-il permis de croire que les Arabes du Moyen-Âge avaient connu des drames sacrés ancrés dans les pures traditions de l'Inde antique, qui avait tout traduit? Même la poésie perse a été traduite et n'était pas parvenue à traduire aucun vers, je dis bien, ni un dialogue d'Aristophane, d'Échille, de Sophocle ou d'Euripide. quels que soient les motifs, les explications ou les arguments peu concluants qu'on peut donner à ce phénomène, prêtons à ambiguïté, privé de l'exploitation des richesses de cet art, jugé dorénavant comme un intrus à la culture, n'ont pas pu le découvrir qu'au début du siècle dernier, c'est-à-dire avec un décalage considérable de plusieurs siècles, au moment où le théâtre occidental, héritier de la tradition de l'art dramatique grec, avait accumulé des expériences pilotes et avait institutionnalisé les bases du quatrième art sous de nouvelles théories. On assiste alors à l'expansion de nouvelles manifestations, le happening, le living theater, le théâtre de l'absurde, le théâtre de la rupture, l'antithéâtre, et la liste est longue. Quand le Maroc fit la connaissance du nouvel art vers les années 20 du siècle dernier, suite à la visite de certaines troupes du Mashrek, il eut la visite, donc il eut vite fait de l'accepter et de l'accueillir comme une curiosité culturelle et scientifique et de l'explorer. Plus encore, il commença à le pratiquer, même s'il ne possédait pas encore les lieux compatibles avec ce genre de représentation, ces lieux même qui furent installés dans la période post-coloniale et post-coloniale. Si le drame était un produit tout à fait nouveau, étranger à la culture arabe, comment a-t-il pu facilement intégrer un terrain vierge qui a ces types de représentations, mais avec des caractéristiques culturelles spécifiques? Autrement dit, quel fut le secret de cette passion remarquable pour un genre artistique transplanté et qui a tout de même trouvé un auditoire réceptif? Le mystère aura vite fait de disparaître lorsque le chercheur essaye de comprendre ce phénomène socioculturel en remontant à l'histoire des spectacles et des traditions populaires arabo-musulmanes comme la tradition hindoue, ainsi de suite. Et là, en référence, on peut citer le livre de Mercia Eliade qui parle de ces types de spectacles dans les représentations ancestrale et qui parle d'un amphithéâtre et qui parle d'un retour aux origines pour pouvoir fouiller encore dans des trésors qui sont encore cachés dans ces types de représentations, comme les éléments de la fourchette, bien sûr, qui ont donné un essor au théâtre. Donc, si toutes les études anthropologiques s'accordent à dire que ces éléments ancestrales, donc ces éléments populaires, avec leur aspect spontané, et tout le rituel codifié, où se rallie à la fois le réel, l'imaginaire, le mythique, le rationnel, l'irrationnel, le conscient, l'inconscient, était pour le spectateur donc une sorte de défoulement émotionnel propre au genre humain et non pas seulement lié à une civilisation donnée, et par conséquent à tous les peuples de la Terre. Et là, on arrive à cette notion de globalisation culturelle. Pour les anciens, l'art est un anti-destin. Ces créations imprévisibles se trouvent dans le rêve, dans le fantasme, dans la danse, dans la mimique et les autres formes d'expression orale célébrant la vie et la mort dans tous ces états. Si Aristote pense que le théâtre est né de l'instinct d'imitation en tout point, Freud, à lui, explique son apparition pour un besoin de défoulement et de catharsis. L'histoire sociale du peuple arabo-musulman, avec toute sa spécificité culturelle et structurelle, a connu un imaginaire très riche, engendré par le gestus collectif qui a marqué sa continuité à travers les siècles, à travers le temps et des formes de représentation, avec chacun sa propre vision, variée ou différente d'un lieu à un autre, d'un pays à un autre, mais elle constitue des curiosités dont nous ne pouvons pas arbitrairement donc les connaître d'avance, mais qui ont besoin d'être revues et on a besoin de les donc approfondir les connaissances sur ces types de représentations. Que ce soit dans les palais, dans les souks, dans les rues, dans les espaces publics, nous avons un même code culturel qui a régi l'empire islamique à l'époque et maintenant donc de la région, toutes les régions donc du sud, que ce soit le Moyen-Orient, le Maghreb arabe ou bien les pays subsahariens, nous avons des codes culturels qui régissent ces pays et nous avons des bases culturelles qui unifient ces pays, notamment les spectacles dans les espaces ouverts comme Jemaa Fna ou bien dans les souks publics. Le regardeur a l'impression de voir les mêmes représentations, même s'il fait des voyages culturels à travers le monde, il a l'impression de voir les mêmes représentations de spectacles qui défilent d'un pays à un autre, comme si nous sommes dans une sorte de contagion affective. Donc, la transmission de ces cultures, il se fait à travers les voyageurs, les déplacements dans les voies commerciales, avec de quelques légères modifications de nom qui touchent en partie la forme. Ce point de vue, en relation avec le gestus collectif universel, comporte des codes historiques, des codes géographiques, des codes socioculturels présents à la fois dans les discours, mais qui se réfèrent à un passé qui a besoin encore qu'on l'explore davantage et espérant que les prochaines recherches qui sont effectuées par les mordus de théâtre, donc ils proposent d'autres spéculations futures et lancent d'autres réflexions. Merci encore une fois au Festival de Mchadia. Et merci pour votre attention.
Thank you, Professor Furja Lebied, for your insightful presentation, which is an attempt to shed light on the spectacular traditions in the Arab Muslim world and to decipher the historical facts in which they were inherent. For that purpose, Professor Lebied mentions the experiences of some playwrights who attempted to associate the European dramaturgical forms during the so-called modern and postmodern eras with the Arab authentic world. شكرا من جديد أستاذة فوزية لبيد. والآن نفسح المجال للمناقشة، فإن كانت لدى الحضور أسئلة أو ملاحظات فليتقدموا مشكورين. نعم أستاذ تفضل.
تحية لكل الأساتذة الذين ساهموا في جعل هذه الجلسة جلسة متميزة ومتنوعة ومختلفة بمضامينها. أريد أن أبدي رأيا فيما يخص تجربة من خلال العرض الذي قدمه الأستاذ بوقربة حول تجربة عبد الحق الزروالي الهامليطية. أنا في اعتقادي لا يمكن فهم هذه التجربة وإعطائها قيمتها الحقيقية إلا إذا حاولنا أن نقرنها بمجموعة من التجارب العربية التي مسرحتها هامليط. من هنا يمكن وضع عبد الحق الزروالي في موقعه الحقيقي المتميز الذي كان يعيش قلقا دائما، هو يعيش قلقا وجوديا عبد الحق الزروالي. فالارتباك الهامليطي لم يكن بالنسبة إليه ارتباكا عاديا أو ارتباكا إنسانيا فيزيولوجيا عاديا، ولكن كان يطبعه القلق الوجودي من خلال الحالة التي يعيشها الزروالي دائما. ونعرف أن الزروالي يقتنص الأحداث من أجل أن يبني عملا مسرحيا يدخل في إطار الحدث أو يحادي الحدث أو يخلخل الحدث. مجموعة من التجارب العربية نذكر منها مثلا فرقة الفوانيس الأردنية التي قدمت ملان في أطول عنوان مسرحي أعرفه لحد الآن، وهي فرقة الفوانيس، فرقة مسرحية. العنوان المسرحية: فرقة مسرحية أرادت أن تمسرح مسرحا فمسرحت هامليت. والإخوان يعرفون هذه التجربة، فقد قدمت في إطار المسرح العربي المتنقل بالمغرب. لكن هذا العمل كان يضرب تجربة شكسبير، باعتبار أن هامليت هي مجرد لعبة سياسية أراد أن يتعامل أن ينسجها شكسبير من أجل مجموعة من الأهداف التي كانت تراوده سياسيا واجتماعيا. كذلك تجربة الفرقة القومية العراقية حينما قدمت هامليت بإخراج المخرج الكبير العزاوي، ولكن بإسقاطات خاصة إبان الحرب العراقية الإيرانية، فأراد أن يقحم القلق الذي كان يعيشه الإنسان العراقي في حرب فرضت عليه مع الإيرانيين، ليجعل هذا العمل يخدم هذه الموقعة الزمنية. كذلك هناك مجموعة من التجارب المحتشمة المغربية، وأنا عشت إحدى التجارب بمدينة تازاب من خلال المخرج محمد النصيري الذي جعلنا نقدم هامليت، ولكن ليس من أجل هدف سياسي أو اجتماعي، ولكن من أجل إخضاع العمل إلى ورشة لتكوين الممثل. كان الهدف هو هذه العملية. كذلك هناك تجارب لزكي العلوي رحمه الله حين عاد سنة 65 من أفينيو وشاهد مجموعة من التجارب. قدم يعني نظم مهرجان باب الماكينة، يعرف هذا، سنة 1965، وتمهيدا أو لهذا المهرجان كان في نيته أن يقدم كشكولا لشكسبير أخذ من هامليت ومن عطيل ومن مكبت مجموعة من الفقرات، ولكن كان الهم الأساسي لزكي العلوي هو اختراق عوالم شكسبير، إلا أن هذه التجربة ظلت محتشمة وبقيت في إطار العمل التدريبي داخل ورشة النادي الخاص بالفرقة. كل ما هناك أن تجربة عبد الحق الزروالي تظل متميزة، لأن عبد الحق الزروالي دائما يقتنص اللحظات ويقتنص الأحداث من أجل أن يقوم بعمل يخلخل الحدث. وشكرا.
شكرا على التفاعل. الاختيار ديال عبد الحق الزروالي ما جاش اعتباطا. باعتقادي تميز عبد الحق الزروالي ككاتب مسرحي وكممثل و اسمح لي على اللغه العربيه ديالي المتواضعه، ولكن نحاول نتفاعل معك باللغه العربيه. انا عبد الحق الزروالي عبد الحق الزروالي عندما سئل في اف بي ام مع بلال مرميد قرر نفسه بشكسبير ان بريخت. وهذا الاختيار ديالي ما جاش اعتباطا. اول حاجه عندي علاقه وجدانيه مع شكسبير بحكم انني اشتغلت لمده ديال 6 سنوات على عطيل السينمائي، وبالتالي
رغم التجربه ديال السي عبد الحق الزروالي هي تجربه متميزه مقارنه مع العروض التجارب المسرحيه داخل المغرب. المقارنه ما خصهاش تكون، اول حاجه ما خصهاش تكون، وبالتالي كنظن اني حسنت الاختيار. I was right in my choice. So I think عبد الحق الزروالي should be compared to Shakespeare. التجارب الاخرى في العالم العربي كانت تجارب متميزه كذلك. الاشكال بين العالم العربي والتجربه ديال عبد الحق الزروالي هو انه ما كانش this political reasoning، ما عرفتش كيفاش غادي نقولها باللغه العربيه. المسرحيه ملي تعرضات ما كانش عندها ذاك التفاعل الدافع السياسي ولا باعتبار المغرب نموذج متميز في الاستقرار السياسي. وداك الشيء علاش كنظن بان عبد الحق الزروالي كنتفق معك بانها كانت تجربه متميزه. وشكرا.
ملاحظات او نعم تفضل يا استاذ.
شكرا على العروض القيمة وشكرا للمركز الدولي لدراسة الفرجة. لدي سؤال بسيط فيما يخص شكسبير أو غيره من الكتاب الأجانب فيما يتعلق بالترجمة. بمعنى من هو شكسبير الذي نقرأ؟ نحن مثلا في المغرب لا نقرأ شكسبير بالأجليزية إلا لي زونغلوفون. بمعنى لما نقوم بتحويل نص لشكسبير، أي نص؟ هل هو نص شكسبير؟ هل أخذناه من ترجمة عربية؟ هل أخذناه نقلنا عن الفرنسية؟ هذا هو السؤال الذي يؤرقني وأتمنى أن يكون أيضا محور نقاش بسيط.
شكرا سي عبد المجيد على هذا السؤال الوازن. فإن كانت سواء لدى الأساتذة أو لدى الحضور يعني نوع من إجابة، فليتفضل أو ليتفضل.
If I may, although I haven't translated any works by Shakespeare, but I think you hit the nail right, Sevimjid, when you talk about the act of translating Shakespeare. A lot goes into the process, starting with the standpoint of the translator himself, herself, the reason why the text is translated, what gets lost in the process, because there is definitely a lot that goes missing, either deliberately or unintentionally, because sometimes the translator makes the choice to somehow meddle with the text, knowingly or unknowingly, but there is definitely this, we can feel the presence of a translator. So I think, again, the context really matters, because Shakespeare was written for a particular audience back in London in the 16th century. And luckily for us, I mean, Shakespeare himself tapped into world resources of the time. He was well read in Italian. When I'm thinking of Othello in particular, because that's the example that my friend, colleague raised, he was well read in terms of politics going on at the time, and even the relations that Morocco had with England at the time really affected the way Othello was written, because at the time Morocco had ambassadors in England. And I remember from my theater classes that Queen Elizabeth, this is on the anecdotal side, was fond of Moroccan sugar, and she lost her teeth because of Moroccan sugar. So again, whenever a delegation of ministers, ambassadors was to visit England, Othello would be staged by way of welcoming the Moors to Britain. So translating Shakespeare now, I think 6 centuries later, from today's perspective, will definitely affect the way the text comes out. I mean, 6 centuries later, you wouldn't expect us to just live in the times of the Stuarts, and I think any political context within which the play is staged definitely comes into play, because producers, playwrights, translators, because that's the question you raised, they all have a say, and they all perhaps use Othello, Hamlet, and maybe other main characters from those plays to make political statements about present times. So definitely there is this issue of translation and power, who translates for whom, who sponsors, who commissions the translation. So, I mean, we shouldn't just look at the translator as the person who produces meaning, because I think anyone who commissions the work would definitely want it to be done for a certain purpose. So a lot of issues come into play, and it's a very, I would say, thorny issue that needs a lot of investigating for us to come to terms with it. I hope I have partially answered your question. Tarek may have something else to add.
Thank you, Sayyid Majid, for probably interacting with us. Together with what Jamal has been trying to say about the issue of translation, if not translatability, of Shakespeare himself, simply because Hamlet in particular has been translated into Arabic. But again, when we speak about a translated text, we speak about good translation and weak translation, and probably fragmented. That's it. Okay, it's from. And I said the production I have worked on Zarwali's and Mahjour's production in particular. This production that I have worked on in particular was correctly translated, and the translation shouldn't be a hindrance, shouldn't be a problem. I think it's a channel that would create this sort of dialoguing with other cultures. So I think translation is a plus, and I think we are lucky, as Zemal was saying earlier on. He said that people who have been trained in Anglo-Saxon studies, I think they were empowered in the sense that they can read the text in its source language, and they can like produce good translations. And I think Abdelhak Zarwali and Mahjour were good at translating, creating this sort of communication and dialogue and they were successful in bringing this text to الخشبة المغربية. Thank you.
أستاذ خالد أمين لديه تدخل في هذا السياق.
Yeah, on the same, context of Shakespeare in Arabic, that we've been doing some work on this subject, and Jamal and Tarek reminded me of the massive work done with a professor of translation studies from Egypt, Sami Hanna, and I really recommend that we all should read and reread this book on Shakespeare's way to the Arab world. And he used the triangle of Bourdieu and the sociological and maybe the cultural turn of translation, speaking about capital, habitus, and the field. And he raised issues extremely important related to the mobility of Shakespeare in the Arab world and the way Shakespeare has been refashioned, rewritten, transplanted in a completely different culture. And that's exactly what we have been doing with Shakespeare all the time. So in a sense, we were in front of a decolonial, process from the very beginning. I would say not the very beginning, but at least since the 67 onwards. Speaking of the untranslatability, I think this is exactly the case of Shakespeare. Knowing that Shakespeare's English is extremely difficult, he added at least 1,400 words to the English language. Those who devised, the Oxford English Dictionary, I'm sure that they had the complete works of Shakespeare, on the table working on the dictionary itself. To be or not to be, this is untranslatable in Arabic, and we still have a debate, أكون أو لا أكون, أو نكون أو لا نكون, because the infinitive form is not there in Arabic. So, and then we have another option with Taha Abdurrahman, which means very simply that, there are extremely important options of translating just this, to be or not to be, after, the Arab-Israeli war of 67. It's not the same as the to be or not to be of before. And of course, you can go back to Margaret Litwin's massive work on the subject. The idea of, our relation with Shakespeare also, when you go back to the Shakespearean canon, Othello, you mentioned Othello. Othello is a synthesis of two conflicting images of the Moor in Shakespeare. One in Titus Andronicus, which is the image of iron as an evil character, and the other one is in The Merchant of Venice with the Emir of Morocco, or the Prince of Morocco, who is kind of sublime. But Othello, it's really a complicated, I would say, set of images built upon many I would say cultural constructs of the presence of the Moor in the British and the English consciousness. And of course he mentioned Queen Elizabeth, and he mentioned also the idea, Jamal, the idea of the Moroccan very strong presence in England at that time as part of the intercontinental alliances, conflicts, etc. So the kingdom of Morocco, the empire, the Sharifian empire of Morocco at that time was really, strong enough to entertain very strong relations during Abd-Malik Sa'di, the Sultan Abd-Malik Sa'di, with Queen Elizabeth, and the presence of a delegation of 30 men, in the Buckingham Palace, exactly in 1600, is alarming, because the play of Othello was staged immediately after that. It was staged in 1603, immediately after the passing of Queen Elizabeth, and then, the throning, I would say, of James I. So, yeah, there is a very strong historical linkages, that should be unfolded before reading, the play. And also, this brings us also to Abdulkarim Barshid's Othello, which is a kind of rewriting of Shakespeare's Othello, but also it's a claiming of Othello as a character back to his Atlas origins. So this is exactly where we are starting. We are bringing the character back to his Atlas origins, and then we are embarking on a new enterprise, maybe a decolonial enterprise, rewriting the whole canon. And that's exactly what Professor Najib Bounahay was talking about yesterday. Our relation with the canon. It's not a matter of, completely erasing the canon, but it's a way first of reading the canon, and contextualize it again, rewriting it, maybe, adding something, but from the moment here and now.
شكرا أستاذ خالد أمين على هذه الإيضاحات القيمة. ربما معنا عن بعد باحثة سميرة الجموشي، ربما لديها سؤال أو ملاحظة، فإذا كان ممكن أننا وليكون ذلك آخر سؤال. نشوفوا طلبوا منا أننا إذا في انتظار هذا السؤال الأخير ربما باختصار شديد من فضلكم.
نعم. أنا بغيت نعمق السؤال نتاع الصديق الفنان الدكتور عبد المجيد الهوس، هو أن أي نص نقرأ لشكسبير، أي نصوص نقرأها، أي نصوص نمثلها لشكسبير، فالنص الشكسبيري أنا كنظن بأنه هو حمولة فكرية وحمولة نتاع شخصيات، أبعاد نفسية وجسدية، نصوص وازنة ثقيلة عندها خلفية فلسفية عميقة متجدرة، يعني ممكن اقتباسها. ولكن نطرح السؤال هو هل نحن في مستوى كممثلين وكمخرجين استيعاب هاد النصوص هذه الوازنة؟ فيعني هناك تجارب، يعني كاين الله يرحمه سعيد عفيفي، كان شي مسرحيه اذكر نتاع عبد القادر البدوي، يمكن ترجمها بشي زهراء ولا شي حاجه هكا، اشتغل على هاملت. السؤال واش هل يمكن استعاده هذا المغربي اللي هو عطيل، واللي هو في الاصل نتاع عطيل هي اون ادابتاسيون تاع ان رومون سميتو المغربي، هل يمكن استعادة هذا المغربي كشخصية، يعني كأداء وكسلوك وكذا في المسرح المغربي؟ نحتاج كنظن الممثلين من العيار نتاع سعيد، اسمح لي، سعيد عفيفي، شكرا، سعيد عفيفي، ولما لا يعني شخصيات أخرى اللي وازنة لاستعادة وتشخيص هذا الاخر. يعني انا كنظن بان يعني المساله تتعلق بالمنجز المغربي، بقدرات وامكانيات المنجز المغربي على استيعاب النصوص بعيدا على اي شي حاجه سميتها. النص الشكسبيري هو نص وازن. اعتقد ان الترجمه اللي متفقين عليها في العالم العربي هو الترجمه تاع جبرة ابراهيم جبرة، ترجمه يعني متفقين عليها مجموعه من النقاد بانها هي ترجمه وازنه. شكسبير كما قال الدكتور خالد امين موسوعه، يعني حيت كتقرا مسرحيه كتجبر مثلا كيهضر على واحد 560 انواع النباتات، شي 700 او 300 ولا 250 حيوان، وموسوعه. واش هنايا مستعدين نقلوا الشعريه نتاع شكسبير اللي سميتو كما هي فوق الخشبه؟ وشكرا.
شكرا استاذ. من درت عليه تفضل. هذه الاستاذ محمد جموشي لديه تعليق. استاذ تفضلي.
كنشكر الاستاذ جموشي على هذا انه متبع معنا، وانه التقط هاد الفكرة، يعني النقطة اللي هي أثارت سجالا ولا زالت تثير، ديال المسألة ديال ليدولاتري، لي بروبليم كي سون ليي à la représentation، بأن هناك مفاهيم في ثقافات معينة هي التي تقف أمام الانفتاح، وتقف كذلك أمام الإبداع، وتقف أمام حرية إنتاج الفكر. هذه المفاهيم المهترئة والقديمة والمجترة وراءها يعني أود أن أقول رجال دين معينين الذين يقرؤون النصوص بطريقتهم الخاصة ووفقا مصالح الحاكم. لذلك تراهم أنهم يعني يبترون أشياء مهمة في النصوص التي يمكن من انطلاقها أن الإبداع ينطلق. يعني تقييد أو لا ligoter la création, il vient dans la civilisation arabo-musulmane de ce refus de figuratif، يعني رفض كل ما هو مجسد. وهذا ينعكس كذلك ماشي فقط في المسرح ولكن حتى في الفن التشكيلي وحتى في النحت. لماذا النحت هو متأخر كثيرا في العالم العربي الإسلامي؟ Pourquoi les sculptures, les installations ne sont pas dans les espaces publics? Parce que nous avons un refus de tout ce qui est représentation. يعني ملي كنمشيو يعني المجتمعات عالميه سواء في دول الشمال أو لا في الدول الآسيوية أو لا جنوب أمريكا، نجد على أن التماثيل والفن موجود في كل الفضاءات، وأن المواطن يعيش بالفن ويتنفس الفن. يعني في العالم العربي فضاءاتنا ce qu'on appelle nos espaces urbains, ils sont étouffés. Ils sont étouffés. Pourquoi? Parce qu'on ne respire pas l'art. Parce que l'art, pour nous, c'est un luxe. L'art, pour nous, et la culture, c'est un supplément. Pour nous, la culture et la politique publique de la culture, c'est quelque chose qui est relégué en deuxième lieu. Mais en premier lieu, il y a la culture du béton. Il y a la culture de la sclérose. Il y a la culture de la momification des esprits. Donc, ce problème de l'idolâtrie, et j'ai cité tout à l'heure l'ouvrage de la querelle des images qui a évoqué cet élément qui continue jusqu'à aujourd'hui, donc a suscité de l'intérêt. Nous avons besoin d'une révolution culturelle. Nous avons besoin d'une abolition des frontières culturelles pour qu'on puisse aller vers la création et pas attendre que la création vienne vers nous. Merci.
فأخيرا من مسرحية أوثيلو في the last scene Othello takes his own life وكيقول واحد الجملة الشهيرة when you shall these unlucky deeds relate احنا نبدلو relate translate then must you speak of someone who loved not wisely but too well. كنظن هنا كتبان الاشكاليه ديال الترجمه. اوثيلو براسو كيقول لنا ملي تهضروا عليا كيما انا. كيبدا الاشكال من the last scene from وكانوا adaptations أورسون ويلز adaptation في السينما وكيبدا بهذا last scene وهنا الدور ديال المخرج حيت المخرج يقدر يخرج من المسرحيه شي حوايج اللي حنا ما واخا نقراو ما غيبانوا ليناش على حساب باك جراوند ديالو على حساب البيربس على حساب وشكرا.
إذا السيدات والسادة بهذا نأتي على نهاية هذه الجلسة. شكرا للأساتذة المشاركين، شكرا للحضور الكريم، وإلى لقاء قريب. لدينا الآن حفل توقيع كتاب الأستاذة فوزية البيض. شكرا لكم جميعا.
أيها الإخوة أيتها الأخوات، صباح الخير مجددا. طبعا الحال فقرة أخرى ضمن فقرات هذه التظاهرة الوازنة مهرجان طنجة للفنون المشهدية، وفي إطار بطبيعة الحال الاحتفاء بمجموعة من الإصدارات الجديدة لمجموعة من الفعاليات ومجموعة من الأسماء التي لها علاقة بمجال المسرح والفرجات بشكل عام. هذه الجلسة هي مخصصة لاسم من الأسماء التي بصمت أيضا على نوع من الحضور المتميز في هذا المشهد منذ يعني تقريبا حوالي 3 عقود. طبعا الحال الأستاذة فوزية البيض من خلال كتابها الذي نقدمه في هذه الجلسة تحت عنوان La pépinière du théâtre universitaire au Maroc. بطبيعة الحال لابد أن أشير في البداية إلى طبيعة الاهتمامات وطبيعة الانشغالات التي كانت تخوض فيها فوزية منذ تعرفنا على بعضنا حوالي تقريبا ربع قرن أو يزيد بقليل، عندما كنا نلتقي في الدار البيضاء في مهرجان المسرح الجامعي. وبطبيعة الحال كنت أتابع أيضا مجموعة من إسهاماتها في مجال الصحافة الوطنية من خلال كتابتها عن المسرح إلى غير ذلك، ومن خلال حضورها المنتظم والوازن في كل هذه التظاهرات الثقافية والفنية، ولا سيما منها التظاهرات الجامعية. هذا بطبيعة الحال هذا الموقع أهلها لكي تكون أقرب أكثر من غيرها إلى هذا المكون الأساسي ضمن مكونات مشهدنا المسرحي، ألا وهو المسرح الجامعي. وكلنا يعلم، والأصدقاء هنا بيننا بطبيعة الحال كلهم يعرفون أن هذه التجربة وصلت الآن تقريبا إلى بداية العقد الرابع، 30 سنة وسنتين إذا أخذنا بعين الاعتبار البداية الأولى مع المسرح الجامعي مع بن مسيك، ثم تلته بطبيعة الحال المهرجانات الأخرى. في هذا السياق بطبيعة الحال يأتي الاهتمام بهذا المكون وإلقاء الضوء عليه والتأريخ له والتوثيق له، باعتبار أن هذه أيضا مهمة يعني أساسية ومن المهام اللي ماشي سهلة بطبيعة الحال. ففوزية في هذا الكتاب حاولت أن تقربنا من المسرح الجامعي من زاويتين. من الزاوية النظرية إن شئنا حاولت أن تقدم معطيات تاريخية حول المسرح الجامعي، بل وحاولت أن تقف عند هذه الصيغة، هذا المفهوم، مفهوم المسرح الجامعي. ماذا نقصد؟ لأن تعلمون أنه في النقاشات التي دارت بيننا في مجموعة من التظاهرات هناك من يقول نتحدث عن المسرح الجامعي، من يقول نقول المسرح في الجامعة إلى غير ذلك. وبطبيعة الحال هذه الصيغ أثارت تداعيات كثيرة على مستوى النقاش إلى غير ذلك. إذن من هذه الزاوية، وهنا بطبيعة الحال تتقاطع فوزية الباحثة، فوزية التي تحاول أن تجعل هذا المكون ضمن انشغالها العام بما يمكن أن نسميه بالفنون في الجامعة بشكل عام، أو التربية على الفنون بشكل عام. لذلك فهي تعالج هذا الموضوع من هذه الزاوية، يحضر منظور الباحثة المغلف بالانشغالات البيداغوجية إن شئنا. ثم في الجانب الثاني تحضر فوزية بوجه آخر، فوزية الموثقة المؤرشفة التي استطاعت أن تجمع مجموعة من الوثائق المهمة جدا. وهذه مسألة في غاية الأهمية، لأن كلنا نعلم أن بطبيعة الحال المسرح هو واحد الممارسة اللي هي دائما عابرة، وكم ضيعنا من لحظات في تاريخ المسرح المغربي انطلاقا من أننا لم نعير أي اهتمام للتوثيق وللوثيقة. لذلك ففي جلساتنا الخاصة مع مجموعة من الأصدقاء الذين يعني لم نتوفق بعد في ربما في تاريخ تجربتهم في الاهتمام بها، دائما نحرضهم على ان يساعدونا على تجميع الوثائق وجعلها رهن اشاره الباحثين حتى تكتمل الصوره، كل يشتغل من واقعه وزاويته وتكتمل صوره هذا الجانب. اذا بطبيعه الحال هذا الكتاب له اهميه قصوى بطبيعه الحال في سياقنا، لانه من بين الكتب كما قلت التي تهتم خصيصا بالمسرح الجامعي. واعتقد ان فوزيه بذلت مجهودا مشكورا ومحترما في هذا الكتاب، ووضعت رهن اشاره الباحثين والاجيال القادمه ذاكره مسرحيه جامعيه بمجموعه من الوثائق، بمجموعه من التحليلات، بمجموعه من المفاهيم التي تجعل هذا الكتاب يحتل مكانته بطبيعه الحال ضمن الكتابات التي تنشر هنا وهناك في سياقنا أو في مشهدنا المسرحي المغربي حول المسرح بشكل عام. فإذا بطبيعة الحال أدعوكم جميعا إلى الاطلاع على الكتاب ومحاولة قراءته، لأن فيه معطيات مهمة جدا. وبطبيعة الحال هذه فرصة أخرى لأهنئ فوزية على هذا المجهود والمجهودات التي تقوم بها بطبيعة الحال في سياقات أخرى بيداغوجية وثقافية عام. وبطبيعة الحال من خلال تسييرها المجلة الفنية التابعة لوزارة الثقافة، فهي تبذل جهدا في التواصل في التفاعل مع جميع الفعاليات التي تشتغل في هذا المجال. إذن شكرا لكم، وأعطي الكلمة للأستاذة فوزية.
شكرا سي حسن، شكرا أصدقائي أنكم جيتوا باش تحضروا معايا اليوم تقديم هذا الكتاب البسيط. بالفعل هو عصارة تجميع لمجموعة من الوثائق، وكذلك هو إنتاج ديال مواكبة حثيثة للمسرح الجامعي منذ السنوات الإراسات الأولى ديال تأسيس المسرح الجامعي، إذا أردنا أن نتحدث عن التأسيس أو عن المأسسة. لماذا؟ لأن تأسيس المسرح الجامعي ربما يعود إلى سنوات قبل ذلك، إلى بغينا نطلعوا حتى هيستوريكمون ونمشيو حتى لسلطان طلبة، أو لا بعد التجارب الأولى ديال بنادق الأم كرار وتجربة ديال فريد من برك، ويعني قبل تأسيس المعهد، يعني المعهد ديال الفن المسرحي لزاداك. فكانت هناك يعني مبادرات فردية التي لم ترقى إلى المأسسة. وفي آخر حوار لي مع الأستاذ فريد من برك الذي التقيته أسبوعا قبل وفاته، صرح لي بأشياء كثيرة جدا وطلب مني أن لا أنشر الحوار إلا بعد وفاته. وهذا الحوار لم يكن فيه أي شيء يثير يعني اشمئزاز أي جهة ما، ولكن أن يوجد مسرح داخل الجامعة ربما كان بالنسبة لبعض الفاعلين أنه فضاء ربما لتفجير مواقف سياسية أو لا. يعني كانت هناك حساسية أولا في المسرح وحساسية في الجامعة، فكيف لمسرح أن ينبت من رحم الجامعة؟ ربما هذه هي القراءة اللي كان اعطاني المرحوم فريد بن مبارك. التجربة ديال المسرح الجامعي اللي أعطيت الانطلاقة والشرارة ديالها الأولى بفضل تضافر الجهود ديال مجموعة ديال الفاعلين المثقفين اللي كانوا في الجامعة ديال كلية الأدب بنمسيك، اللي كان فيها مهتمين بالنقد السينمائي، وتنذكر مصطفى المسناوي الله يرحمه، كاين المهتم بالصورة والجماليات مريم العروسي، كاين رشيد فكاك، كاين مجموعة ديال الأسماء اللي بصمت فعلا الحقل الثقافي والحقل الفني اللي كانت موجودة في كلية الأدب بنمسيك، واللي قدرت كلها على أنها بمقاربة تشاركية كخلية تفكير فكروا في مشروع بطبيعة الحال بإعاز كذلك من وبرغبة من صاحب المدبر الإداري آنذاك اللي هو حسن السميلي. فكروا في خلق تظاهرة تخلق دينامية وحركية داخل الجامعة وتربط بين ما هو ثقافي وما هو فني، وفي نفس الوقت تعطي إشعاع لكلية الآداب اللي هي ديال بنمسيك اللي جات في واحد المنطقة نائية آنذاك. الحي ديال مولاي رشيد هو من بين سكونابيل لي كارتي شو، ومن بين الأحياء اللي كانت فيها واحد الحساسية خاصة. علاش؟ لان ما كانش واحد مجموعه ديال مدارس مثلا قاعات ديال العروض او لا يعني فضاءات ديال الترفيه اللي ممكن تكون متنفس للشباب في هذيك الفضاء. وكان كذلك واكب ذلك إنشاء مركب اللي هو المركب ديال المولي رشيد اللي أصبح قبلة ديال الباحثين وديال العروض المسرحية العالمية بمستوى كبير جدا آنذاك. وعشنا ونحن طلبة، آنذاك كنت طالبة في كلية الأدب بالمسيك، وفي نفس الوقت كنت أمارس الصحافة في الصفحات الثقافية، كنت كنكتب في بعض الجرائد، واكب العروض المسرحية، وواكب كذلك حتى يعني الأعمال التشكيلية ديال مجموعة ديال الفنانين والإصدارات، يعني تقريبا الصفحات الثقافية فقط كنت أشتغل في الصفحات الثقافية. ملي جات العملية ديال المهرجان يعني بزخمه يعني في الدورات الأولى تقريبا بدا المهرجان كياخذ حلة دولية، وبقينا حنا يعني أبناء المواطنين البسطاء بدينا تنشوفوا عروض كبيرة جدا. وأذكر عروض عرض الفوانيس للعراقيين، وأذكر وأنا أتكلم مع الأخ فهد الكغط البارح مسرحية كاليغولا، وأعمال كبيرة جدا بمستوى كبير جدا كيف ما تنقولوا افيك دو غرو مويان تكنيكمون بارلون، اللي خلى على أن كلية بن مسيك ومركب مولاي رشيد عود قبلة ديال الباحثين، وتعطاه واحد الاهتمام كبير جدا. ولينا كنشوفوا لي زارتيست دو تو بور كيجيو تيحضروا، ولينا نشوفوا دي زاتوليي دو ريبريزونطاسيون دو لانيماسيون كولتوريل، فعلا واحد الديناميه كبيره تخلقت داخل بن مسيك، واصبح هذا العرس الثقافي تقليدا لابد أن يساهم فيه كل بطريقته. ولينا تنشوفوا انخراط مؤسسات كبرى، وبقات هذيك المبادرات الشخصية لم ترقى إلى المأسسة. وهذه هي الملاحظة اللي ضروري أنني نأكد عليها كباحثة. وحنا كغيورين على المهرجان ماشي فقط غير في الدار البيضاء، ولكن شفنا على أن يعني تم خلق مهرجانات أخرى في أكادير، في مكناس، في طنجة، في وجدة، انسي دو سويت. دونك حسينا على أن على الأقل هذيك لا كونتاجيون افيكتيف ديال لا كولتور راه تخلقات، يعني العدوى بمفهومها الجميل وليس بمفهومها القدحي، هذه العدوى الثقافية أنها انتشرت، وأن هناك يعني كليات أخرى تبنت مشاريع مثل هذه وخلقت يعني خلقت واحد الزخم. لماذا عنونت كتابي بمشتل المسرح الجامعي للمغرب؟ لأنني فعلا كنأكد على أن هذا التراكم اللي حقوا هذا المهرجان هو خلق واحد المشتل ديال مجموعة ديال الباحثين، مجموعة ديال المهتمين بالفن، واللي اليوم كنشوفوهم في الحقل الفني، سواء تلقاهم في الفضاءات السمعي البصري أو لا تلقاوهم في الإخراج أو لا تلقاوهم في النقد الفني أو لا. وكاين أسماء اللي هما موجودين كثار اللي هما معروفين حاليا هم أبناء هذا المشتل. كاين هناك تجارب التي استمرت في كليات أخرى، مع الأسف كاين هناك تجارب التي تم إجهاضها، أجهضت بفعل ظروف معينة. أريد أن أرجع إلى مسألة التوثيق، مسألة ديال التوثيق اللي هي مهمة. وحنا اليوم دابا في إطار هذا السرد كنحكيو لكم على واحد التجربة ربما الكثير منكم لم يعايشها، ولكن حنا عشناها، وكنا كنعتبروا راسنا كأبناء ديال هذه التجربة اللي واكبناها من البوادر الإرهاصات ديالها الأولى. كنعتبروا على أن من واجبنا التاريخي أننا يجب أن نوثق، خاصة لأن كان عندنا هذا الحس التوثيقي حنا اللي كنا كنشتغلوا في الصحافة. ومن بعد يعني أخذنا على عاتقنا تجميع الوثائق، وأنتم تعرفون جميعا الصعوبة التي تواجه كل باحث ينقب عن الوثائق. لقينا صعوبات كثيرة جدا في هذا المجال، ولكن في الأخير قدرنا أننا نجمع نسبة كثيرة ديال التوثيق. الحمد لله أن اليوم حاليا كاين هذا الوعي بأهمية الوثيقة وبأهمية أن كل تظاهرة بمجهوداتها يعني القيمة أنها يجب أن تكون في ريبرتوار، ويجب أن توثق وتكون حتى في متناول الباحثين. كاين واحد الرجاء بغيت نقولوا للأستاذ خالد أمين والقيمين على هذا المهرجان اللي فعلا أعاد لنا يعني النشاط والحيوية لأن بعد هذه السنوات سنتين العجاف اللي عاشها الفن والثقافة في المغرب، كاين واحد المجموعة ديال الأسماء وازنة اللي هي لا زالت على قيد الحياة، واللي عندها واحد الرصيد معرفي ربما ليس على شكل وثيقة، ولكن عندها واحد الرصيد شفوي، ونحن نحتاج إلى توثيق هذا الرصيد الشفوي، لأن فعلا حتى الحكي، وحنا كنعرفوا على أن يعني كاين عديد ديال الناس ما عندهمش ثقافة الكتابة، ولكن بالنسبة للسرد والحكي إلا جلس حداك راح تلقاه كتاب مفتوح. لذلك فأنا يعني اقترح على القيمين على هذا المهرجان أنهم يجعلوا في الدورات المقبلة لحظة للحديث مع أحد المؤسسين أو الأسماء الكبيرة. الأحسن نحتفلوا، ماشي نحتفلوا بهم، ولكن ناخذوا من عندهم الزبد ديال التجربة ديالهم وعندهم ما يقولوا. وكاين الناس اللي هما من الستينات واكبوا تقريبا جميع المراحل، من مسرح الهواة الى الان، ويعني خصنا نستغلوا حنا الفرصه اننا ماشي غير نكتبوا عليهم، ولكن نعطيهم الكلمه ونوثقوهم بصوت وصوره. هذا فقط مقترح، وشكرا.
شكرا أستاذة فوزية بطبيعة الحال على هذه الكلمة اللي أضاءت فيها بطبيعة الحال السياق العام للكتاب، وشكرا على هذا المقترح الأخير لأنه بالفعل مقترح جميل جدا، ممكن أننا نغنموا منه معطيات جديدة. شكرا لجميع الإخوان على هذا الحضور الباهي. الآن الدعوة مفتوحة بطبيعة الحال لتوقيع الكتاب ديال الأستاذة فوزية، وشكرا لحضوركم مرة أخرى. تفضلوا الاخوان، هل بس اللي بغى الكتاب اللي بغى يوقع فيه طلعوا لنا، طلعوا باش ديروا الصور.
ديروا الصف وديروا حتى انا ما عنديش، عندي بالعربيه. ها؟ العزيز العزيز العزيز
مجيد
عم يدخل الضوء. هو كيهدر هو يعني جمع هو كيتقشف الأخبار ديالو. عم جيب الكوفية
لا باللغه التطوانيه قرق
انا معاك احمد انا معاك
أنا عليها شيء